Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco, and I'm unleashing the intuition for you. So we have solar storms are coming our way. We have major earthquakes that have been happening off the coast of Japan, very similar to what I was predicting. We were going to have, the earthquakes in Kamchatka, and I said it would be like a seesaw or one of those, seesaws where you're like, back and forth. So the energy was going to come up in Japan, and we're having the same uh, pre-shocks that we had with the 9.1 earthquake in Japan, where Fukushima was damaged. Remember that one? I think it was about 2011, somewhere around there. So we're seeing the same outbreak, and that's because we're having incredible amounts of fat plasma and electrical energy that's coming into our Earth and cooking everything up, getting the volcanoes going, the earthquakes going, and so forth. So it looks like, I think within the next few hours, well, not few, but within hours, 10, 12, 24, or days, I think we're going to see a very, very significant earthquake. Now, if it happens in Japan, now there's been one guy that's predicting a 10 plus earthquake, and he's been extremely accurate. It's a Canadian guy that's done really good. I followed his work on X, and I'm going to pull that up in a second. But he has been predicting for quite some time that there was going to be a 10 plus earthquake and tsunami. And I've been predicting that we would get the Japan earthquake, and then we would get the earthquake off the coast of Oregon, and then we would have that tsunami. So Canadian earthquake guy, let's pull him up. I'm going to share the screen so you can see he's on X, Canadian Earthquake Research. So I've been following his work for a little bit. He's been, like I said, very accurate. And then, of course, we have the activity that's coming off the sun, plasma, all kind of crazy stuff coming off the sun on a massive scale, very massive, direct impacts coming at us. So it looks like we're going to get something major, guys. So he says, brand new update to fully replace the pinned tweet. That's an old one. Let me go back here. 15. So new M6 in the Japan cluster. Now this was these were significant sixes, and they upgraded from like fours to fives to six. Boom. Now will it go to sevens? I don't know. Will it go to eights and then nine and maybe 10? Very strong possibility. So 3 each spot this week. This tweet will go down as a critical example of detecting something in its very early stages. And I agree with them. We're in the very early stages of a very, very significant earth change event that I think is the beginning of major earth change events that are going to be coming. Funny thing is, it didn't truly replicate Kamchatka, like I said when tweeted, but after I tweeted it, it quickly was fulfilled. Now that we achieved 3 Mag 6s for each Kamchatka and Northeast Japan, it's that I could tell those early magnitude 4s had something very different about them. So he talks about the swarms and how we're moving into significant activity. So very, very strong earthquake coming, I believe. It's going to have a major impact on the Earth. There's a lot of weak points on the Earth right now. We have, of course, off the coast of Oregon, with the volcanic activity off the coast. Very strong possibility, I believe, that we're going to get a massive earthquake there. We have another one in Italy that's right on the cusp of going Campo Flegrei. That's right on the point of going major. Maybe all of them could go major very quickly, one right after the other, or they could be spread out, right? So 2 huge solar storms are coming. We're going to look at Stefan Burns. He's going to describe the energy coming off the sun.
Welcome, everyone, to the live stream. I'm your host, Stefan Burns, geophysicist, geologist, space weather guy. There's a lot happening right now. Because I look at all these different things, solar activity, space weather, earthquakes, volcanic events, and more, also examine interstellar forces, comets, all these things, there is a big convergence of factors taking place over the next 10 days between solar storm impacts, between very unusual earthquake swarming in Japan, extremely similar to what occurred directly before the magnitude 9.1 Great Tohoku earthquake in March of 2011. You also have a extremely precise linear planetary alignment between the sun, Mercury, the moon, Earth, and Uranus. So this goes all the way from the center of our solar system out to 20 astronomical units involving the Earth and its moon, which is one of the main agents of tidal forces, both ocean tides and Earth tides, vertical displacement of the Earth on the planet. And these solar storm impacts, these solar flares, there's a ton happening. So I am getting actually pretty worried about what's happening with Japan because this earthquake swarm has not stopped and we are getting new solar flares. Each of these explosions charging up the global electric circuit by blasting the Earth with its high frequency light radiation, extreme ultraviolet light, X-ray light, the same sort of X-rays that you receive at the doctor's office. The doctor says, oh, it's fine, but then they hide behind the wall, right? It's the same frequency of light, except a huge, massive amount of it that the sun will blast off. Light travels in a straight line, unaffected by electromagnetic fields. It's creating these electromagnetic fields based on impact coming in. I'm expecting G3 levels minimum. That would be a strong geomagnetic storm. So we can see here with our scale rating, 1 is minor, 2 is moderate, 3 is strong. We could even get to severe levels. I don't think we're going to go extreme with these impacts, but you never know. But probably G3 minimum, and I wouldn't be surprised if we have G4 storming. This does bring into question issues with the power grids and satellites and radio communication and more. Headed inbound.
So we know we've had the lockdown. We haven't been able to look at a lot of this stuff. Of course, 3i Atlas, which I believe is a craft, highly intelligent beings on that craft. Now, will they have an intervention in what's coming for Earth? That's possible. I think what they're going to do is they're going to watch how we respond when we do get something major. And that's going to tell them how advanced we are, if we're ready for help, if we're ready for the ascension, consciousness ascension, the renaissance in consciousness. I think they're watching. I think they have the ability to intervene, but well, they're going to see, because these earth changers are coming whether they get involved or not, right? This is a pattern that's been coming throughout time. It's not like speculation. It's an absolute, right? So when Charles Darwin came in and talked about the selection of species and so forth, and survival of the fittest, that changed a lot. The catastrophism, right? Catastrophism has been part of our existence since we've been on Earth, right? So there's many cultures throughout time that have talked about it. Worlds in Collision by Alexander Vygotsky. So his work was massively suppressed, but he talked about how throughout time there's been many cultures that have talked about these events. Biblical references, many biblical references have talked about it, but they've been brushed over and talked around and so forth. And you look throughout all of ancient technology. You look at pyramids all over the world, pyramids in Mexico, massive pyramids, pyramids in Egypt and so forth. Some of these pyramids were there to make the earth stable, right? So they have actually looked at some of the temple of the sun and the moon in Mexico, and they've noticed that there is some calming effect on earthquake activity from those pyramids. So a lot of pyramids around the earth, a lot of them are no longer active, unfortunately. A lot of them were destroyed for different reasons. Man, throughout time has, been impacted by ET forces, guys. Right. So we're getting to the point where many people are like, of course, there's ETs. We have ETs here. We have negative ETs. We have positive ETs. So we have to start to look at the possibility of them getting involved on a positive basis. But our consciousness is being watched. So how we respond to these upcoming traumatic events, I believe, is going to be very critical for our human race, whether we get slammed again, almost into non-existence like we have on many occasions, or whether we break and move to a different frequency. There's maybe a splitting of the earth. So we've talked about that. We could be seeing all of these different things that are going to come in. So watch the energy that's coming into the earth over the next several days, the next week or so. It's going to impact Earth, and it's going to have a massive effect.
Quickly, too. The one from the 1.7 X-class flare was not as nice looking as this. It wasn't as fast. So I think this is going to catch up to the one that was launched yesterday. They're going to sandwich together and then probably sweep by the Earth around the 12th of November, sometime the 12th. Maybe pushes out to the 13th. I think it's going to be the 12th. And then you have this planetary alignment that's forming very rapidly. And that is a big concern because we see these sort of enhanced energetic events on the planet during significant.
All right. So a lot of people are blowing off the 3 Atlas stuff. Like I said, I remote viewed it. There are intelligent beings on there. There's different races of intelligent beings on there. So they're here for a positive effect. This 3i Atlas has shown it bursts in speed and it slows down. It definitely is an object that is moving with intelligence, right? Intelligent forces are on 3i Atlas moving it. And I believe that they're watching Earth during this time. All right. So let's look at what's going on in Japan. So the Japan earthquakes are probably going to result in a massive earthquake. And that's going to be on a level, I believe, is going to be one of the most significant earthquakes that human consciousness has seen.
Of another magnitude 9+ megathrust earthquake like it happened in Japan in 2011 with the Tohoku earthquake, because we have an earthquake swarm going on there right now. Maximum magnitude so far, depending on who reports it, between 6.7 and 6.9. Before I tell you more about this, have a look at this, how they keep coming, starting from November 9th up to November 11th. There you see the bigger the circle, the bigger the magnitude. And they are quite a few, dozens and dozens of earthquakes. And of course, it's concerning if you see in the aerial picture that big trench, that big subduction zone that we see there. So the earthquake swarm began last night, basically in the northeastern part of Japan. And we see the earthquakes here. The earthquake cluster is basically just off the coast of Yamada in Japan, and it's the same general area as the 2011 Tohoku earthquake and foreshocks and aftershocks. I'll show you here the location of the Tohoku earthquake, and you see where all these aftershocks, the red dots, where all that was taking place. So do we need to say, ooh, or do we need to say, huh? Well, guys, it's not that easy.
So normally when these big earthquakes come, people look at it, so that's a big earthquake, now we're going to get smaller earthquakes. These are pre-earthquakes. Same thing happened in the past before we had the March 2011 massive earthquake off the coast of Japan that caused the plates. It happened close to the surface, caused the plates to basically move and cause a massive tsunami. And it traveled all around the Pacific. Now, imagine that on very massive multiples higher. And that's potentially what we're going to see. Now, we know in the Ring of Fire, these energies travel around the ring and pop up in other areas. Other areas that have a lot of energy that's been dammed up, right? One of those energy points is off the coast of Oregon, and I believe that's where we're going to see a very massive earthquake. I think we're going to see massive volcanic activity. We're probably going to lose a lot of the coastline. We're going to have like earthquake, basically after earthquake, knocking off, different zones of earthquakes all the way across California, maybe even all the way across the United States. So depending on how massive this earthquake is. So this earthquake could just really rock it all the way across and hit it right off the Oregon coast and cause that massive tsunami, which I've been predicting for quite some time. All right, so we've had this one gentleman that was on Nino's show, Swearlow, I believe his name was. I'm going to try and get him on my show and talk a little bit deeper in some of these subjects. He talked about how by March of next year, the Earth will be a different place, right? Stuart Swerdlow, I believe that's his name. So, and he gets that information from sources, right? So he's not predicting, but like me, I have the ability to look at certain things. I see the energies. I see the manipulation sometimes that's happening. Will this be a manipulated event? I think it's something that's going to happen, and it could be manipulated to a higher level, right? There is the possibility for that to happen, right? So very, very critical time that we're in right now.
Range in depth from shallow to deep, and they increase in intensity. They have increased in intensity. Started smaller and they got larger. So none of them were really large enough to cause an alarm on their own, except the magnitude 6.9, 6.8, 6.7, something like that, has raised a tsunami warning about like a 3 feet wave or something like this. But we actually saw only a 20 centimeter wave, a wave like this. What is concerning, if we look at the cluster and if we compare it to the weeks that were leading up to the 2011 megathrust disaster earthquake, we all remember, you see the epicenter, we all remember that tsunami that followed, you see that here, and the devastation of the Fukushima nuclear power plant. And most of the people were lost not by the earthquake, but by the tsunami. So there were similar clusters of smaller earthquakes in this region in the weeks leading up to the major earthquake. And most people...
So we have had very significant earthquakes in Kamchatka, which is just basically right off this area that's now having the earthquakes once again. So my prediction that it would seesaw back over Japan on a more massive level looks like it's coming to pass, right? Now, when that happens remains to be seen, but it's going to happen by everything that I'm looking at, right? So we see the science here now. We see the predictions of many of us that have been looking at this and seeing this through time. Can it be nullified? Can it be calmed down? That's obviously a possibility, because we saw the hurricane activity this year that should have devastated Florida on a level that's never been seen before. No hurricanes hit Florida, even though all the predictions of size that I said was coming, 3 massive 5s that would be close to 6s, and in some cases would have been labeled a 6. All of those came, but all of those were directed away. So there's obviously positive results that are happening right now? Is it 3i Atlas that's involved? Is it the white hat military that has gotten this technology and is finally using it? I think that the black hat military obviously has been using it for a very long time, but maybe we're seeing at this point a white hat, military side that is being successful in directing these in other directions. So unfortunately, I have not seen success with the earthquake activity. The earthquake activity has it been nullified by the good guys yet? Has it been nullified potentially by the beings on 3i Atlas? We'll see, or maybe we never will. Maybe we're just not going to know, right? But I think it's very strong that we're going very strong outcome potential that we're going to see a very, very massive earthquake off of Japan. Now, this has been predicted by other sources. The prediction was a little bit off, but now we're seeing it's coming possibly to fruition, and possibly on a scale, I think, that is far beyond and far higher and more devastating than the last Fukushima earthquake that happened with the tsunami and everything. I think it's going to be far more devastating. It's very, very strong potential because the earthquake activity this year has been off the charts. Now, again, I do see once these earthquakes start and the tsunamis that result from them, a very strong volcanic activities all the way up and down the west coast of America. So be aware of that. Be ready to move. Be ready to get up and move off the coast to higher ground into the mountainous areas. If you start to see this earthquake activity start to increase off the coast, and we may not get a warning because they're not giving us the earthquake activity off the coast of Oregon right now, guys. They've suppressed it. They've suppressed the earthquake activity in Oregon for quite some time. So they may be hiding it for their own selfish reasons and for the reasons that they are very evil, as we know, and could cause very significant damage to a lot of people, massive loss of life, property damage that won't be recovered in our lifetimes, a complete washout, and maybe even destruction and loss of large portions of the West Coast. All right. So if you are on the West Coast, which a lot of people are, there's a massive multi-millions of people all the way up and down the West Coast of America, even up into Canada. You need to be aware that if this earthquake happens off of Japan, there's a very strong potential that it's going to carry over and rock Oregon, off the coast of Oregon, right, and hit that area. So just keep that in mind. It's not something that you want to blow off and say, if it happens, I'll deal with it. They've been talking about this for a long time, and I know a lot of people have been saying, they've been saying this for decades. Well, you know why they do that? So that you'll just go to sleep. So when the real warning comes, like we're having right now, you're not going to respond because for years and years and years, they knew it was coming. They know the cycles. They know all these different events when they've happened in the past, how things happened that led up to them, like we're describing right now. Fortunately, we have people that can look at this information, gather this information, and help us stay informed, right? It's not just the psychic guys that are out here, telling you, I got a bad feeling about this. So you need to be heads up because now we're getting the science behind this, right? Science and a lot of people predicting this. All right. So trust your own intuition, of course. If you don't feel it's coming, and it does, so that was your destiny, I guess. So it is what it is. So be very, very cognizant of what's happening over the next week or so. If it just stalls out, everything shuts down and it gets calm, maybe we got the white hats involved. Maybe we got 3i Atlas, ET activity that's happening. Just keep an open mind. Just keep an open mind. So they haven't contacted me yet, but I can reach out and touch them. And like I said, I think they're very, very positive, and they're here for very positive reasons. So earthquake activity has been crazy for the past few days everywhere. Yeah, that's good for us. So it's been crazy for weeks and months, really. But the last few days, over the top. So the plasma energy that's coming from stars that went supernova, 2 of them, right? That's coming in and impacting the Earth. And like I said, impacting the volcanic, the magma. The magma is like spreading, and it's getting the bedrock and so forth and melting it. And it's getting ready to come to the surface on a massive level. So whether that happens or not, like I said, remains to be seen. But I would be very, very watchful at this point. Don't worry. Worry will basically shut down your intuition. You're going to need your intuition going forward, right? So stay in that love vibration like I talk about. All right, so the markets, today the markets were up quite significantly. So they did a pullback, which I said was coming. I can't predict the exact days, although I've done on my own. I'm not telling everybody because I don't want you to invest and get slammed if I make a mistake. But I've been moving in and out of the stuff. I've been feeling it. So my feel right now is that we're going to continue to see upward movement. We're going to see crypto go up, maybe to new highs. We're going to see gold and silver. Gold and silver were up massively today. Massive upswing in gold and silver. There's a lot of people predicting 5,100 in gold. There's people that are predicting $100 in silver. My own prediction is 75 to 85 in silver. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we all love and invest with, he's predicting 65 to 75. So a lot of us are looking at significant upswings in silver and gold. Today was a major up day, almost a 5% move upwards. Of course, it can move down the same way it moves up, which it has over time when it hit almost $54. And everybody was FOMO'd. They went in and bought at that. And now they're saying, oh, it's just like 1980 and 2011. It popped and then now it's going to crash. No, look at it. If it goes past $54, which I can almost guarantee you, I can't guarantee everything, but pretty much I feel very confident about that. Once it goes past that and it keeps going, then it's on, right? So if you have invested and you're a little nervous because you just started investing and now it's pulled back and you're like, oh, is this the crash? Because you're gonna have the naysayers come in and talk it down, because that's part of what they want. They want to suppress silver. Now gold is going to take off because the banks are buying gold on a massive level. At some point, I think they're going to do the same with silver. Now silver just got I think it's like some kind of metal that's very high value metal. I don't know what the wording of it was, but the United States just basically said it's a very, very high value. It's a needed metal, silver, right? So if you go back to 1980s, you go back to 1911, 1980s, we didn't even have personal computers or phones or anything like that. Now we do. So silver, chips everywhere. You have silver in cars, you have silver in planes, you have silver in jets, you have silver in rocket ships, you have silver and solar power. It's everywhere, guys, and it's a valuable commodity investment. So it's going to go way beyond anything that we've ever seen. It's a generational event where you can make money on a level that is beyond your imagination, right? So now, will you get that with crypto during the next maybe couple months, maybe into the spring? Maybe. I think there's a high possibility that crypto is going to get another boost, maybe to new highs. But on a percentage basis, if you look at what's going to happen with silver, you would be better in silver, although diversify is fine. If you got a little XRP, a little bit in, triple Qs, maybe some options here and there, then you probably will do okay, right? But that's on you. All right, you're going to have to figure that out, trust your own intuition or whoever is guiding you investment-wise. So there is a very strong possibility that we're going to see very significant new highs. It's going to be the blow-off high, right? Just like we saw in 2009 and 2000 and all the way back in the 1980s and 1929. So you get a blow-off high. So we're moving to a blow-off high, and then we're going to get a collapse, right? My best guess is that my read on it is that sometime in the spring, maybe late spring, this thing is going to start to crash, right? So right now, everything goes up. Like today, everything went up. Crypto's up, silver goes up, stocks are up. It's everything up day, right? And we're going to have those going forward. So pick and choose. Some of you guys don't have anything to invest. You're like, you're boring me. I don't care. So, but it's going to be very important going forward. If you're like, oh, I'm going to take all the money I saved and buy a house now because it's cheap. It's cheap now. It's down 20%. You're going to get slaughtered, right? You would be better off taking that money and put it in silver. And with silver, like 5, 10Xs, it's probably going to 2X, 3X over the next couple of year, 2 years or so. You can take that money that you would have put in a house that's probably going to crash 80%. And that's going to go up like couple times, 3 times, whatever. And you'll be able to buy two dream houses. All right. So be smart, guys. Be smart. I've been talking about this for years now, and now we're getting down to the wire on it. We've been very fortunate to be able to, play in this market and earn extra income and so forth going forward. Silver has been, incredible. Silver's been incredible for a lot of us. So stay focused. So let me show you guys what the market did today, in case you don't follow the market. Very significant. So as you guys can see, as I spread it out, silver blew up. And let's go back over here. What's happening to my big picture? See if I can just get it. There we go. All right. So as you guys can see, the Dow Jones up, almost a percent. NASDAQ up 2.2. You're going to see a lot of movement in the triple Qs going forward. Same thing happened during the dot-com bust. So you will see the triple Qs and NASDAQ reach unbelievable highs. We may see the NASDAQ close to 30 or at 30. We could see SPX around 9, over 50,000 on the Dow Jones. But it's going to be a very, very fast, very, very unbelievable move, right? So if you're like today, I was positioned, fortunately, to take advantage of that, and it was quite a stellar day. Can I do that every time? No. When the stock market crashed over the last couple days, I took advantage of that, and then I took that money and I was like, okay, it's going to turn around. And Friday, I got in a position where it turned around. I was at the bottom, fortunately, and it's like it's time for it to turn around. It basically went down and it covered all the positions, gaps and so forth. I say gaps got to be filled. So it filled the gaps, and then it started to even out. And I was like, okay, it's done. Flip it and let's ride it high. So rode it high, and unbelievable results. Unbelievable results going down, unbelievable results going up. Now at this point, it's not going to be like blow-ups every day, right? You may tomorrow see it go sideways to up, maybe even a little bit of a pullback because it went up so much. But I think it's going to go. I think it's going to really go. There are going to be days where you're like, what the heck? It's like this thing can't go any higher, and it's going to, right? It'll be the same for crypto. It'll be the same for gold and silver. It's going to be unbelievable. This will be unbelievable. The next several months are going to be unbelievable. And they'll get back in, and it's going to repeat and go back and forth. Now, I'm watching Ukraine and Russia. Russia is right on the cusp of annihilating the Ukraine army on a massive scale. And I think we're going to see, I predicted this almost a year and a half, 2 years ago, that we're going to see Russia start going across the landscape of Ukraine and just basically just eating it up, just grabbing massive amounts of real estate, right? I think Odessa is going to go. So a lot of big cities are going to go throughout the winter, right? Throughout the winter, this is when Russia kicks ass. They kick the Germans' ass. They kick Napoleon's ass in the winter, right? So we're going to see a massive, I think, push by the Russians. They just recently called up all of their reserves. Why would they be calling up their reserves when they're just destroying Ukraine on the battlefront? Imagine. So this is the battlefront. If you go from Miami all the way up to Maine, that whole coastline, that is the battlefront where Russia is destroying the Ukraine army across that entire battlefront. Ukraine cannot stop them. They don't have the manpower. So NATO brought all their horses and Humpty Dumpty and everybody else they could throw at this thing. Obama, from his basement in his Washington, D.C. Mansion, was directing traffic on the Biden administration, and it's like, send all the money, send all the money, send all the money, send all the money, send everything. Send everything. Obama, he was running from his basement. He had a skiff, a secure information facility in the basement of his home in Washington, D.C., right? His mansion. So we know that Obama was running the show he even said, if I could run, the presidency from a remote location, he told us what he was going to do, and he did it, right? So, he's going to be, and if he hasn't already, he's going to go bye-bye, right? So a lot of us are like, when? It's not when. It's been happening, guys. It's when they are going to be ready to disclose it, right? So that's what we're going to be really looking at. All right, so in Seattle, we have a tight race, and I don't know how they're doing it. I keep asking them, like, how can Seattle have a Democrat mayor and have another Democrat running against that mayor that's basically getting the votes? I don't understand. But however, so we have a leftist communist, the communists from China, right? Because a lot of this funding, we're finding a lot of the funding for these people are from communists and China, right? So Sleepless in Seattle, communists, Wuhan lab. And so we're seeing this basically starting to impact Seattle and New York. So watch the vote in Seattle. So the mayor that's in there right now on, I guess, Tuesday, he went to sleep, kind of like President Trump. He went to sleep. Oh, I'm winning. I won. And then you get up the next day and it's like, oh no, the mail-in ballots in the Democrat city are coming in, and they're taking a leftist Democrat, communist Democrat, is taking out another Democrat because he's not radical enough. This is insane. This is insane, right? So that's what we're seeing. At some point, we have to have President Trump come in and just hammer down and say we're going to do, paper ballots day of, and we're going to count by hand day of. Right? It's got to happen. Otherwise, they're going to cheat. They're going to keep stealing elections, and we're going to just fall to communism. Right? There's laws on the books that go after communists. So I don't know what's going to happen to some of these people, but it's going to be very interesting. Right? So let me show you. We have a massive problem with child trafficking. And I was just at an event in California where there were like 16 different people that were on the stage and talking about their, my favorite, of course, is Louis Herms. I think is an exceptional candidate. The Republican Party, GOP, is not helping them, is not funding them. The rhinos of California. I've known this for a long time. I've supported people in California, had them on my shows, supporting them financially. And the GOP came in, and instead of giving the people that were front runners and very popular, they gave the money to someone that was no chance they were going to win. So it's a very corrupt situation in California, right? Both parties are in cahoots to destroy California, right? Now, we've seen a lot of the stuff from Jeffrey Epstein and all these other people that are involved in the child trafficking stuff. It's epic. It's beyond belief what's going on in California, right? So Louis Herms, who is very strong, has done documentaries on child trafficking. That's his number one thing. And so they even brought it up in the debate. Where would you put child trafficking and the problems with all pedophilia and all that kind of stuff? And I guess there's one congressman named Weiner something. That's everybody was like pedo. I was like, whoa. So I guess they passed a bill to make it more legal for them to do pedo in California. It's unbelievable, guys. Right. So now when I look at a lot of the stuff that like Jeffrey Epstein Island, right? Remember Jeffrey Epstein Island, Pizzagate, all these different things that was coming out, and Obama talking about pizza parties. And we found out from the FBI that pizza was like, that's code for pedo. Right. So we've seen at Jeffrey Epstein Island. Now, a lot of you guys probably think, as I thought, that Epstein Island had a landing strip. It does not. It has a helicopter pad, and it has a place. Most people go to St. Thomas. So there's a lot of people are like, we want to see the flight manifest for Little St. James to Pedo Island. Well, there isn't one. It goes to St. Thomas. So they haven't told us this. I just started looking at this, and I talked to other people, and I found this stuff out. I'm like, what? So they let us go off on these tangents, and they push us into these tangents so that we get disinformation, we run with it, and then when the truth comes out, we're like, oh, we look like idiots, so we just shut up. This is part of their game, right? So be aware that they're playing this game with us, right? They're constantly playing this game. There is extreme evil from these people. Extreme evil. So these people in California, extreme evil. These people in New York, extreme evil. People in Seattle, extreme evil. Extreme, right? Can I say that enough? No, I can't. So sometimes you got to say these things over and over again before people go, oh, extreme. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. I get it. So let's look at a few things. All right, so here is Pedo Island. So remember, this island's got all these facilities. Now, this is a volcanic island. So with volcanic islands, there's like lava tubes and big caverns underneath. That's where they did a lot of the pedophilia stuff and the child sacrifice and all that stuff, right? So remember that one blue thing for Little St. James, that little that shrine looking thing, the colors on it. Remember, right? Has it been like a few days and you forgot? So let me remind you. All right. So the blue and the white. All right. The blue and the white. Very interesting pattern, isn't it? And the windows and the door. Now, under here, that's where a lot of these things happen, right? Just in this little shrine-looking place. So the Pedo Island was a very bad place. But, you know, we had all these different things that happen, like on different shows, like the Ellen DeGeneres show, right? So look at those colors. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that blue and the white? Oh, how it shows up. Oh, Ellen, you bad girl, you. So these guys are all into this. They're all into this. And remember when the lockdown came and we had Tom Hanks that was running to Australia and he got stopped, and there was all this stuff about, you know, he had like a typewriter in his little room, all kind of crazy stuff. It was very, very strange, the Tom Hanks thing. And then we started hearing that he was big into pedophilia and stuff like that. And then Ellen DeGeneres had that shirt, and she was all distraught, and she had "Run, Forrest, Run." So Forrest Gump was trying to run, right? And they caught him, and they put him in a little prison place, right? And then they videoed it so that everybody could see. And there were little clues in there, and some of us talked about the clues. So this is the way that we disclose this stuff, guys. It takes time because people have to hear it and see it over and over and over and over and over and over and over before they wake up. All right. So don't get so distraught that it's not happening faster. Those of us that are already awake, we're trying to wake up more. The more people that we get involved, the less people we have to move through. Right. There's a wall of, people that have been conditioned, that have been brainwashed, MK Ultra'd through different systems, and waking those people up is a process. It takes time, right? I know it's frustrating. I get frustrated, but we keep doing it, right? So we're going to keep doing it, and at some point, it's like boom, bam. It's like there it is. Right now we're revealing, but we're revealing all the way back then. We've been revealing, but some people want it served on a platter. Here it is. This is the list. These are all the people. They've been to Gitmo. They've gone through trials. They've been executed. Blah, 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 blah. All right. So a lot of us know this. A lot of us have speculated that this is going on. We can't say definitively that it's happening, but there are clues. Some of these clues are like, we just don't hear from these people. You go to the social media where they have millions of people, and there's not been anything on their social media for a long time. A long time. So, just stay active, stay involved, help people, wake up as you can. So, Mama Donnie, Ma'am Donnie, Mama Donnie, right? Mama Donnie. So he gets sworn in on January 1st. So the day after he's basically going to give everything away, He's asking for people to donate so that he can do the transition that is already paid for by the taxes that people get taxed in New York. So it's like, what? You want money? And then he jets off to Puerto Rico, and he stays in a luxury resort that for most of his base, one night that he's staying in that luxury place is like a week's worth of pay for them, right? And he's rubbing shoulders and elbows and tongues and whatever with all of these people that are part of the Democrat system that are trying to take over our country. Democrats, right? So very, very strange stuff. And I think a lot of people are waking up to it. Now, will Mamdani be, revealed for being a communist, and communism is against the law in America, right? Running for office and being elected in office is against the law in America. There's a 1954 law against communists in America, right? So will they use that law, or will it be like my friend Leo Zagami says, no, none of these people ever will see justice, because they're all part of a massive system, and it just keeps going around and around and around. It does seem like that, doesn't it? But I see evidence of some of this stuff being resolved. So we'll see. Look at that sky. Isn't that beautiful? It's lovely. All right. So we're getting down to the wire, I think. Be heads up what's coming earth change wise. We're in for some massive earth changes, guys. And that's really potentially going to affect everything. So we talk about, the change in the economic system. Yeah, that would be changed a lot if we get some devastating earth change activity, volcanoes and earthquakes and tsunamis. Oh my! So it's very possible. And so now, Earth has been through this before, and it's been talked about over and over and over again, even as far back as just little over 100 generations ago. In the Bible, they talked about these changes. We know that Moses, took the Jewish people. They crossed the Red Sea, which had parted. Wow, just strange. It's just he just raised his staff and it happened. All right, so there were earth changes going on, right? So if you go to Egypt now, you see that they have, sifted out the sand and they found all these temples. What happened? And they show where the Valley of the Kings. They would put their kings into these tombs, and they like elaborate and full of wealth and so forth. I believe there were a lot of guards there at one time, a small army of guards to protect it. And then when the earth changes came, they're like, we're not getting relieved, and I need to go back home and see what's going on, because there's crazy stuff going on. The earth is shaking, and storms are coming in. I'm going home. So, and then no one went back, and then it just got covered up. And then thousands of years later, they're like, well, let's go to this valley. I've heard some stories, and King Tut, King Tut, King Tut. And then so King Tut, we found all this stuff. Thank you, Howard Carter. And then Howard Carter, the curse happened, and Howard Carter died. Better stay out of those tombs. I've been in King Tut's tomb, and nothing happened to me. So the spell is gone. So and whatever, right? Already dissipated. All right, so this stuff has happened. Like I said, time over. I mean, we can go back. I can give you story after story. You look at Odysseus. Sailing for 7 years before he gets back home. I don't think it was 7 years. I think it was a lot less. I think they said 7 years, which meant a long time, which was like maybe a year and a half or something like that. All right, so So the wifey is getting ready to go buy me and start to cook the lammy, right? So we're going to have lamb in celebration of those biblical times, right? It just happens to be.
This is our first meal of the day.
Yeah, it's our first meal of the day. So yeah, it's like we're ending the fast. Long day of fast. And look at that sky. They chemtrail the hell out of us all day long. So maybe that's some of the chemtrailing. I don't know. Looks like volcanic, doesn't it? You ever been to Hawaii where there's like those beautiful red skies? It's from volcanic ash. So, so anyway, all right, guys, lots of love. Stay in a love vibration, and things are going to get. We've been talking about this. Things are going to get pretty cray cray, and just be prepared. Stay in the love vibration. If you feel the need to move, especially if you're on the West Coast, you wake up in the middle of the night and it's rumbling and shaking. I hope you have a plan. Hope you have a plan. Hope you have a go bag, and you're like jump in your car and get the heck out, because you don't know. They might not tell us. They might not tell us that, yep, that was the big one, and you have 30 minutes. All right? They might do it. Maybe everything goes out. So have a plan and be ready to roll. I'm always ready to roll. And tomorrow is Veterans Day. So all you veterans out there, happy Veterans Day. 11/11, right? So Wino Saban was saying, I guess when the World War I happened, the Duke was shot or whatever, and they did the license plates, the numbers on his license plates or whatever, and it ended up being 11/11. I'm like, wow. So I guess they ended the war at 11/11 at 11 o'clock, and just it's always in our face, guys, always in our face. But we'll celebrate the veterans. Thank you, veterans, for your service all over the world. It's a beautiful time. Hopefully we won't have a big earthquake tomorrow, but it's crazy, right? These crazy people, man. You got to take these guys out. I mean, they need to go bye, right? Stay in the love vibration. Get on that life wave if you're not on it yet. It's amazing. I have a team that basically will help you out, and you'll feel better about life. You'll live longer. So get in the life wave with Mike, right? Okay, guys. Love you guys. Stay in love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Yeah, the east wing of the.
Oh, east wing. Yeah, there we go. So the deal is, in the east wing, see the rising sun is what? In the east. Okay. So a city built around Freemason imagery and illusions has certain import within these classic things. When Trump brought the army in on the 250th anniversary, and here's something that's almost virtually unknown anywhere. At the same time the army was there, you had military troops in street clothes going into the Treasury and moving everybody out of the Treasury building while they did certain things in the Treasury and recaptured control of the Treasury. In ancient Rome, the Temple of Saturn was the most important temple within the Roman system. And the Temple of Saturn is where they minted the coin of the realm. All the Roman currency was minted inside the Temple of Saturn. Right. And it was blessed and had certain markings that had all sorts of meaning. Think of our money today. Our money has all sorts of secret hidden imagery on it that are iconic, that have certain meaning within their system. And so our current Federal Reserve money has all sorts of things that are on it. You're carrying the talismans of the cult in your pocket everywhere you go, your purse. You're using it to transact. And what are you transacting? You take your life energy, gift from God, and you exercise it in this world and the physical world. And then you trade your life energy for scrip. for fiat currency. It has no value of its own. You know, the paper isn't worth hardly the paper it's printed on. You know, the ink that it's printed with. Yet you ascribe a certain wealth value to it of your life energy for an hour's labor, a day's labor, mental or physical. And all these talismans are attached to it, and then you trade with that within their religion. The money is printed in a temple. Okay, the Federal Reserve is a temple, and the Treasury is a temple, and you have a fight. Well, what Trump is doing, he is in a war. The biggest war, literally within the country, is who's going to handle the currency, your life energy, moving forward. Is it going back to constitutional minted coin? Gold and silver, or is it going to be owned by these globalists, these federalists? You see, the Federal Reserve is part of an international reserve system. It's not just our U.S. Treasury; it's global, run by the banks at the city within the city in London, and then with agreements going into Switzerland and the Basel agreements, things like that. And so, when Trump had troops go in and take over the Treasury, at the same time that the troops were taking over Washington, D.C., symbolically, then he has two flags erected on the White House lawn. Mm-hmm. And those two flags, east and west, he's taking the high ground in the swamp. And then he had security fencing put around the White House, and he had security fencing put one other place, the Treasury. Yeah. It was symbolic. It wasn't that anybody was jumping over the wall to come to the White House. He was letting everybody know he didn't protect the Federal Reserve. In fact, he went on attack against Powell, and the Federal Reserve made a huge stink about it, still is doing so right now. And the big question, even with the interest rates and things like that, is who's going to control your life energy and the way you transact it. Even if you mint something, and if you think of the Treasury side, and your life energy is backed by real gold and silver, you can trade it with a receipt for that, which is what Kennedy did. Kennedy issued the silver certificates, and he was going back to Treasury operation. That was a Treasury note. Treasury note, the silver certificate. And it was taking power from the Federal Reserve. The currency at the time, the coin, was a pure, 999 silver dollar, Kennedy half dollar, and all the other currency. It wasn't diluted. And when Johnson came into power, his handlers that helped him get there, within days of coming into power, he called back all the silver certificates and stopped printing the silver certificates at the Treasury and had them destroyed. And if you still have one, it's not tradable in the normal way. It has collector value, but that's it. That was to return control of your life energy back over to Federal Reserve, this private banking organization that, it's no more federal than Federal Express, run out of Puerto Rico, along with the IRS. Office is just a few blocks apart. IRS is a private organization also, no more federal than Federal Express. May have federal employees administering it, but the actual core operation is not, it's administered by the U.S. Treasury, but it's not actually a Treasury operations run out of Puerto Rico. So anyway, that's the fight that we're in. Well, the East Wing is us taking control.
Before you do that, Juan, somebody just put in there, I remember this too, this is really good. It was Executive Order 11110. In their face.
In their face. Yes. Well, and by the way, let me just add this. That's a great note to just add one more thing. For example, 17, the Q number. Both sides in this great cosmic battle that we're watching here across the world, both sides want to own certain numbers.
Right.
So, for example, 17, which is 17th letter of the alphabet, is Q. 17 means victory. The 17th book of the Bible, which even the Satanists, the Luciferians, the Masonic crowd, want to own these numbers and own the Bible itself as like some core theme or whatever. So the 17th book of the Bible is the book of Esther. And what's the book of Esther about? You mentioned Roseanne a few minutes ago. It's about the boomerang. Everybody had a plan. The enemies of the Jews who were in exile in Persia. You had people that were in exile of the Jews. You had people in exile of the Arab groups and all that. They all wanted to be in a power position. And so Haman and his crew, families, decided that the Jews were a threat to them being in full power behind the throne and usurping the power of the king. The king was a drunkard. And they got the king to sign a decree that they would have a free-for-all day out in the future. And it was a date certain, and the king's ring, his signet ring, was used to seal that. Well, Haman had control of the ring, the power of the king to do anything. The king's a drunkard. He's got a bunch of wives. He's got, a harem girl house. I've done shows on this, and they're out there. Esther finds out that this is there by her uncle, Mordecai. And that, well, she's a Jew, but she's never acknowledged that. She's in the harem girl house. And so she has to decide, is she going to protect her people, of which, if it becomes known that she's also a Jew, she would be killed? Or is she going to stay silent and try to hide? So she does this thing where she puts on a couple dinners and everybody gets drunk. The king's there. And then at the end of the second dinner, she explains to him that king didn't even know this decree existed, didn't understand whatever it was when it was done. And now he's beside himself. And in a turn of events, he has Haman hung on a hangman's device that he himself created. It's just outside behind Harem Girl House. And in those days when they meant hanging, it was literally stick a spike up their ass and then hoist them up high and let them slide down on the spike, and everybody gets to see them. And so that was the symbology. And then there was still this date that had to occur where there was an all-out fight. So the king can't reverse a decree. He's beside himself, doesn't know what to do. And Mordecai says, well, you can't change the decree, but you can amend it by adding to it. And so he adds to the decree and says that the Jews have the right to arm themselves and to make alliances before this date. And so they do just that. They make alliances, they arm themselves, the date comes, and it's an all-out, free-for-all. And at the end, the Jews win over Haman's crew, family, etc. All 10 of Haman's sons are themselves hung, and says they're killed in one breath, in the same breath, is the way the Jews tell the story. And it was a reversal of fortune, as Roseanne says, a boomerang moment. Everything that was going one way turns around and comes back and goes the other way. Everything they had planned comes back against them. So 17 is the flip, the reversal, the boomerang. It's the 17th book of the Bible. It's Q. When you look at our situation in this modern period, those people that don't understand the Q operation don't understand that it was emblazoned that way for exactly that reason. It's all about the flip, the reversal, the 17th book of the Bible, the Esther moment. And we're right in the midst of that now. All these years, literally for the last 10 years, since Trump came down the escalator, it's all been attack to stop this conservative movement. The Q operation was done to inform and to project certain things and to put certain information into the public persona and to understand context. Right this second, right now, we're in the reversal moment. We've already actually reached the apex and things are coming back. The first arrests. If you've ever watched a boomerang going out in flight and it goes out and it reaches this apex moment, and you'll see a boomerang, it goes out and it goes up. And then it turns around and it comes back. And it's actually slowing a little bit, not in the spinning, but in its flight. And then it gains speed as it comes back down and comes on its return side. That's where we are right now as the arrests occur, including Gitmo. By the way, Gitmo had a storm the other day that was came right over the top of it there. And everybody was all concerned. Oh no, it's going to be destroyed. How are we going to send anybody to Gitmo, etc.? I said, relax. It's built for Cat 7. Now, things like the movie theater, they actually have a movie theater with actually movie theater seats. It's outside because the island, that area is a true desert, almost no rain every year. And so they have the movie theater outside that you go to watch movies. Well, the chairs got turned over a couple of times and the screen got torn up a little bit, etc. You had a little bit of things dusted up there. The actual facility itself able to handle a Cat 7 storm. And by the way, all of the FEMA ships that were intended for us, by the way, can be taken to Gitmo. They built amazing concrete piers, pilings that can accommodate all of those ships and a few more in the harbor next to Gitmo, and they're set up to handle a Cat 7 storm. So much more powerful than this Cat 5 that just went through there, even though the storm that came across there was the third strongest tropical hurricane on record ever. So pretty powerful. Whoever wanted to engineer that to do whatever, if you wanted to test the facility, make sure everything was good, well, it's sound. It's still there. Gitmo awaits. The diners are assembling. It's about to be epic. And so in this moment we're in, you're now at that point in the narrative where we're already past the apex moment. And you'll see these amazing, dramatic arrests of people and them going to Gitmo the information about the 2020 election.
It's not over
in
yet.
a national emergency. Yeah, but 2020, it's not over yet. And by the way, I wasn't lost on me. I love that Nino shirt. All the hand wringing. Nino. Jen has them over on her site, by the way. It's pretty fun. And that was Barbara, the donkey lady, when she was talking to Nino when he was fretting and fussing, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And Barbara, because Nino's a recovered of alcoholic, drug abuser, things like that. He talks about it very openly. And so he has this thing where he'd be hand wringing. We did the Nino's Cremo, okay.
Hand Nino's Cream, yeah. Hand wringing.
With his boxing gloves on and all that, there's only 500 jars of that out there, by the way. Those people that have those will be fun for, generations.
I could never get any. It was always sold out. I wanted to hold that up and say.
Well, it was a very high-end, really high-end cream. It wasn't just, the garbage stuff. It was very expensive, and I got a great deal on it. It actually sold for people that were getting it elsewise. I think it sold for like $125 a jar, and we got a deal on 500 of them. And we tried to work a deal. They tried to raise the price up too much, and I thought, no, I just don't want to. I wanted to make a point. We had a lot of fun, but I didn't want to come across like a gouging thing or something like that. And I didn't want to use a lesser quality and all that. So we had some fun with it, but it had a brief lifespan, right? But the hand wringing, well, that is, and you hear right now, by the way, is it going to happen? Is it going to be years from now? Are you sure it's going to happen? I imagine coming up on this day that was the day that was decreed by the king, this Esther moment where the Jews and Haman's crowd had it out once and for all. It ended up being 2 days because the king extended it a day for Esther because they hadn't gotten all their enemies completely. This moment, till the day it happened, you didn't know how it was going to come out. You didn't know if somebody might betray you. You didn't know if somebody was going to stand with you all the way or just watch. It came down to that one day. Even right now, look at within the country. You're even today still finding out about secret alliances that are aimed at us as a nation. People behind the scenes, we're still learning it. Just a short while back, through a particular process, we discovered a continuity in government operation that nobody knew about, not even Trump or any of his people through all of the first term and up till now. Nobody knew about this specific, very precise continuity in government operation that was hidden and had people through various agencies of government involved. Not SES. That's the other big monster that we're actually fighting. It's NORAD, nuclear arms, and the control and management and use of them. Versus SES, who claims that authority but doesn't actually have it. It was set up back in Jimmy Carter's era and is tied into the whole Homeland Security thing. And all the false flags, by the way. All these false flags you see, those are all SES operations aimed at continuity of government their way, create a crisis, and then we own the far side of it to manage America within this globalist theme. But we found another group embedded within all of these agencies that had people that was being paid for by all the taxpayers that nobody, even in the highest places, knew existed. That's how deep some of these threats are. This was a very serious, nasty little operation, and with several hundred people involved. In the course of, taking out USAID and the funding and all sorts of other things, Doge and all sorts of things related to that, this was discovered. And so there's still things that are in the toolbox of enemies of America embedded right there within all these agencies and things that could still cause a problem, disrupt as we go through this boomerang flip reversal moment. All things Q, that is what this administration is all about, returning power and authority back to the people. Trump wants to leave office when he does finally leave with two things accomplished. If you want to wonder why Trump would run for a third term, this would be the context if he's not done. The two most important things that Trump wants to leave as his legacy out in time. He can enjoy his grandkids. He could, enjoy his own properties and buildings and golf and all that, and not have to be president, not have to worry about any of this. But he has set his, you think, he's president, he gets to enjoy all this stuff. Really? What a pain in the ass. You're missing it. He is making his own type of sacrifices, doing what he's doing for his children and grandchildren and children generations removed into the future. The legacy that he wants of his presence in public life is, number one, to return honest elections to the American people. Only American citizens get to vote. Mm-hmm. And their vote is counted as cast. It's not diluted. It's not tossed in the wastebasket and diluted by other people voting or entities voting. Here in Hawaii yesterday, they had a 5-hour hearing over votes from the 2020 election. They're still fighting that.
Wow.
And later elections, 2024 and things like that. They have tens of thousands of votes that were counted that supposedly were mail-in votes, but the post office doesn't have any record of the votes going through the mail system. We take pictures of every piece of mail transiting through the post office everywhere in the world at this time. There is no mail goes into the U.S. postal system. There isn't a picture taken of it at the point of entry into the mail system.
Could be a landmark
and
case.
So here you have, and they're trying to get through the judges and the courts in Hawaii. The courts, the judges won't let you get to examining those things. You're going to have to make it federal, and the Justice Department has been slow or non-existent in entering into these cases and taking over inside the state. So yesterday, there was a whole bunch of stuff that came up, but the one thing that was the biggest sticking point, 5 hours of discussion and arguing, nobody could explain the 19,000 votes that were counted in Hawaii County. And they couldn't come up with an answer. And it threw a small population. So when you got 19,000 votes, you can't things going on in the machines. There was other mechanical things that occurred. The fact that you had paper ballots that supposedly came in through the mail system. You had no way to account for where they came from. And then who did that? You think about crimes. You're getting people into office that shouldn't be in office. The governor of Hawaii was sworn in before they'd even officially determined that he won the election.
Wow.
So how does he get sworn in when they haven't even had finished counting? Okay. There's all sorts of issues. And by the way, look at what's going on over in Utah. Oh my gosh. If you haven't seen it, everybody here should go pull up the website, utahcorruption.com, utahcorruption.com. And about halfway down the page there, there's two butterflies here, it's beautiful. Halfway down the page at utahcorruption.com, a pro se case brought by Tracy Halverson there in Utah. They're going to come right to me. The complaint is 92 pages. And then the exhibits, there's 92 exhibits. The total filing for the court, took them like 3 days to scan it into the court system, is 3,700 pages. So they served most of the people. There's a couple more to be served. Even right now, there's somebody being served. That's pretty important. They have to take a hand truck to take all the paperwork to serve these people, and 3,700 pages, double-sided print on the pages, very well documented, where the sitting governor of Utah and the lieutenant governor and sitting U.S. senator who benefited, didn't directly do it. They don't have a Secretary of State in Utah, so the lieutenant governor serves as the person that runs the elections. Well, she's in office with the governor. She replaces the governor if anything happens. The governor, Cox, had been the lieutenant governor in a prior administration, so he knows how the system works. And in this thing, he didn't win at the convention. You have a caucus, people's houses. They decide who's going to go represent every neighborhood in the state at the state conventions run by, it's an official state function for each party. And then at the, with facilities that the state provides, etc. At the state convention, the state Republican convention, then all of the delegates vote. And if you get more than 60% of the delegates vote, you're automatically moved straight to the statewide ballot. If you get less than 60%, you and the person closest to you in this contest go on a primary ballot to decide who is going to be the official representative of the Republican Party or the Democrat Party or Independent Party.
Now, this is phenomenal. It says this action targets a racketeering enterprise within Utah, orchestrated by defendants including Governor Spencer Cox and Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson. Wow, to manipulate Utah's election law. Wow.
It is a civil RICO, and it's got a lot of. It's got so many crazy, wild things. The big thing is that the sitting Governor Cox, coming into the 2024 election cycle, didn't get the majority vote of the Republicans at the convention. Another candidate by the name of Phil Lyman, who has a history, is pardoned by Trump on a deal with BLM and all sorts of bizarre stuff. At the convention, Phil Lyman got like 67% of the vote. Another candidate got almost 70% of the vote for a Senate position. And so they would go on the general ballot as the Republican candidates against whoever the Democrats brought in on the general ballot for the fall election automatically, because they had over 60% of the delegate vote at the state Republican convention. Well, the lieutenant governor and governor couldn't have that because they're in office right now. The sitting governor didn't even get, I don't think he got even 20% of the vote. It was some ridiculous low number. And Phil Lyman's people got over 60, got 67%. So with that in mind, the governor's out as the Republican candidate. Now, he could get on the ballot if he had like 28,000 signatures to put him on the ballot. So they went out and got supposedly 28,000 signatures. And that's another story in itself, because people said you never got those legitimately. The company that was hired for $1 million to go out and get these signatures was actually under investigation at the time for falsifying signatures on ballot measures, on campaign measures. So the legislature in Utah took 10% of that 28,000, did an exam, and it was so horrid as to whether the signatures were valid or not that they came to the conclusion that almost certainly they did not have enough signatures for Governor Cox to be on the ballot at all, let alone enough signatures to, it wasn't legit. Well, what the lieutenant governor did is she put the sitting Governor Cox on the ballot as the Republican candidate. And Phil Lyman, who won the convention, and should have been on the general ballot as the Republican candidate, was not on it. And they said it's because of this 28,000 signatures, which they didn't actually have 28,000. It was all a ruse by a crooked company. And since then, the people in that company have pled guilty to forgery and falsehood within stuff on a previous signing campaign. They've never been prosecuted, charged, anything with the one where the legislature looked at it and said that almost certainly Cox didn't have enough signatures. Even if Cox had enough signatures, which he didn't, to be placed on the ballot, he couldn't be placed on the ballot as the Republican candidate for governor, because Phil Lyman won that. But the lieutenant governor placed him and herself on the ballot as the Republican candidates because they were already in office as the candidates, and pushed Phil Lyman outside.
You don't miss the Republicans in Utah, because remember how they booed Mitt Romney, and now Romney's gone? Oh,
yeah.
They screwed up bad.
Well, and this is kind of a legacy in many people's minds of the, Romney enterprise, which in this lawsuit, Tracy is calling a racketeer influence corrupt organization. They worked together, along with the judges, by the way, who wouldn't hear the cases properly, to protect the person placed on the ballot as the Republican nominee for governor and lieutenant governor. And then he didn't actually do stuff proactively like the governor and lieutenant governor did, but he was a beneficiary. Senator Curtis got into office. He also didn't get enough votes to be placed on the ballot as the Republican nominee. So with that in mind, they ran a criminal enterprise. It really was criminal to put these people on the ballot as the Republican candidates, and people going to vote, they see him as, and by the way, Trump endorsed Cox, even though Cox had not lawfully won the process, the nomination process at the state convention. So Phil Lyman's people, I was one that asked Phil, would he run for governor in Utah? And we kind of wrestled through it, and then he finally said, yeah, okay, I'll do it. He had already talked with a few people, but he hadn't made the decision. We spent a long day kind of going through all the logistics before he decided to throw his hat in the ring and go for it. And so I felt a little bit, I need to stay on this. And then they had it stolen from him, not just once at the state convention, but again with this write-in campaign run by a crooked organization. And then the legislature not enforcing that the governor's group clearly, as they said, he didn't have enough valid signatures to have the 28,000 they claimed was needed to get him on the ballot, let alone be the Republican nominee. But this lieutenant governor, if you get to the core, the nexus, the worst of the worst, she's the one that ran a crook. She knew that she couldn't do this, and she did it anyway, put herself and the governor on as the Republican candidate. She controls how the ballots are set up in Utah, and she created a fictitious, fraudulent ballot, mailed it out, and the rest is history. But Phil Lyman, just to give you an idea how much backing he had, they did a write-in campaign where you could write on the ballot, other than what was offered to you, write in a candidate. And so over 200,000 people wrote Phil Lyman's name as the person for governor. 200,000. That's the largest write-in ballot campaign ever in U.S. history.
Oh, my God.
For that kind of an office.
There's somebody in the chat that said the citizens of Utah fought hard for Lyman and Staggs to get him into office. There's even a rally this weekend. We won't stop fighting. That's awesome.
Well, and let me just say this. So, and this goes to all of your listeners here, including you guys. The RICO lawsuit that Tracy Halverson has put together, this 3,700-page behemoth, unbelievable, beautifully written. It's set up so that not only citizens of Utah, but any citizen of the United States, even if you're not a voter, can be included as a plaintiff in this case.
Wow.
It's set up to be a class action. So as of yesterday morning, I think they had about 3,000 people that had signed on to the class action. And to be included as plaintiffs in this case. Now, the reason that's really important is this. She's going to be filing something in the next few hours that brings in the United States government as a plaintiff in the case. And the reason is because the governor of Utah is out all over the world making alliances with other countries with these trade agreements as though he's president. He's, the sister cities and inland port stuff and all that.
Right.
He's doing all sorts of stuff. And part of the deal was, in fact, why did the cabal, if you will, that hidden hand that's been running politics in Utah for so long, why are they so adamant they had to have Cox? Because Cox was the guy that was going to bring the Olympics to Salt Lake City again. And they created this inland port, and they're got taxing authorities and all sorts of stuff that voters can't even vote on. It's just automatically done. And they had to have Cox because he knew the plan doing it for all these billionaires that are behind the scenes wanted another Olympics. And going to be the governor, and Phil Lyman wasn't in the same mode to tax all of the citizens of Utah with all this extra special stuff to do this and hijack a bunch of land for the facilities and everything else. He was a real threat. So they had to get Lyman out of here and get Cox in. And that's the context. It was all about a land grab, money grab, federal money, international money, etc., for their next Olympics project, which, of course, Romney was a key part of last time. And so this RICO, all of these people were working in collusion to make sure that Cox won this election, that Trent Stagg was going to be their senator. He was a threat to their senator, which was Curtis, and the operation there. And so at the end of the day, it has national implications. So therefore, because this was something that is taking U.S. taxpayer money and has national, international implications for every citizen of the United States in this statewide election, every citizen of the United States has a place to be a plaintiff in this case, in this class action. So we've got 3,000 people already signed up to be on the class action. And you don't even have to be a voter. And the reason is because a lot of people don't vote anymore because they think it's so rigged, it's so crooked. Why would you vote? Because the machine's going to do what it wants anyway. Al Capone and his crew are going to win no matter how you vote because they've got control of the election booth, the judges, the politics, everything else. So if you're just an American citizen and you're pissed off about the way that the elections have been run and the way your money is being spent and the obligations as a taxpayer, etc., you can be on this suit. And so we all should be. And it's a class action. And here's the cool part. So what they do, if you're a pro se litigant, if you come in, you don't have a judge. I mean, you don't have a lawyer, bar association accredited lawyer. If you come in and try to represent yourself, then the courts in Utah have a special rule that you have to first be cleared as having a correct, legitimate case by a magistrate. A magistrate is, almost just a referee in these cases. You don't actually get to a real judge. This is a federal lawsuit. This isn't a state lawsuit. This is a federal lawsuit.
Wow.
RICO lawsuit. So, but what they do is anybody that comes in that's a pro se, they say, well, because you're not an attorney, we got to make sure you're crossing the T's, dotting the I's, all this other stuff, blah, blah, blah. And you can never get out of magistrate hell. It's part of their racket in Utah. That's the reason why things stay corrupt and crooked. It's an internal rule in Utah. So what Tracy did, she put in the way this is set up in the federal system, also that any U.S. citizen, as well as Utah citizen voters, as well as the U.S. government, can enter this claim, this case as a claimant, as a plaintiff. And so now she's requesting that the U.S. government enter through the Justice Department for its own representation, but also as a pro se, she cannot represent anybody else because she's not an attorney. So the class, all of the people that sign on to be plaintiffs in this case, the other claimants, have to be represented by an attorney, and it has to be a U.S. attorney because it's in federal court. So Pam Bondi is going to have to assign an AG to this case to represent the class, the 3,000 people and growing, plus the U.S. itself in this case in court, because Tracy can't. And what happens then is the rule inside of Utah saying that if it's a pro se case, it goes into magistrate hell and they can just manage it and play around with it for decades. You never get to an actual judge. You never get outside of their little machine. In this case, what happens is Now you have a bar authorized member attorney. They can't keep it in magistrate hell. It has to go to a U.S. judge, federal judge, and it gets outside of their rules. As soon as Pam Bondi assigns an AG to this case to represent the United States and or the plaintiffs in the case, you're out of magistrate hell, and they're in trouble because now they can't play their games with you. And she did put an injunction barring them from just assigning this to a magistrate. That's in there right now, and they ignored it and assigned it to a magistrate. So the reason why everybody should be on this case is that, this is already one of the largest cases of its type with a class action in the U.S. Okay, but I believe before we're done, it's not just going to be 3,000. It's going to be 10 times the number. It might be. Look, they had 200,000 people in Utah. All you people in Utah that wrote in Phil Lyman's name, all of you people should be on this case. This is for you.
Yes.
100,000 people. Just those on this case, let alone everybody else around the country, because everybody in the country is affected by this. He's out. The governor, who is not legitimately the governor of Utah, is out making international agreements on all of our behalf, and he's there through fraud. Okay, on multiple levels, and the senator, the lieutenant governor, other people down through the ranks. If you don't win this one, I don't know when you'll get another case as clear as this ever again. It's life or death for the political health, representative health of Utah. This is the one. Either you win this one or you'll never get another chance in your lifetime again. And if you can't win in the courts, if you can't win in the legal arena, what's left for people to get rid of a tyrannous government? It's tyranny when they can pull off whatever they want. You can go to convention. Part of the reason the convention is set up the way it is, Michael, is if you have the caucuses in the houses and they vote a delegate at the neighborhood level, people invite everybody over to their house, they have a caucus, they elect a delegate from the neighborhood to represent them at the state convention. So there was 4,000 people at the state convention. All of those people elected within the caucus system in Utah, communities all over the state. They go to the state convention, a facility that the state puts up. They spend travel money, hotel money, plus the night that they did their caucus. They prepare by talking to the candidates. They spend, hundreds of hours each preparing to go to this convention. And then they're there and they have a vote. And the law in Utah is if you get 60% or more of the vote at the convention from the delegates, you're the automatic candidate. You go straight on to the general ballot for the fall election. When that didn't happen for Phil Lyman, he put a lot of campaign money, and his donors put a lot of campaign money into the caucus system and into the state convention to win the party nomination. That costs real money, time, everything, to then be the one that goes on the general ballot. When they did what they did and ignored the state convention against the state law and went through this other system, getting the 28,000 votes to put them on the ballot in the fall election, then frauded everybody that they were the Republican. Now, they could be put on the ballot, but not as, if they'd had the 20,000, which they didn't have, but not as the Republican candidate. They'd just be on there as their own independent thing. They were put on as the Republican candidates and pushed the people that were legitimate candidates off to the side like they didn't even exist. Okay, and ran an illegal election, totally illegal by Utah law, totally illegal. And when you complain to the courts, the judges are looking at the sky, they're counting sheep, asking what's on the menu for lunch, whatever. They won't even let you get in through court, okay, because it's a fixed system. It's their own little cabal. That's why it's a RICO. They were racketeering to engineer how the election was going to be conducted illegally. And So within that context, numbers mean things, even to the federal government, Pan Bondi, et cetera. If you don't have enough numbers, even 3,000, which is an astonishing number of people have already signed up in the little bit of time that this has been out there, a lot of people don't understand the magnitude of this particular case. You get 30,000 signatures. You get 300,000 signatures. How is the Justice Department, Pam Bondi and everybody else going to ignore this? Okay. The will of the people is being denied. I think that numbers do matter in this, and that you have to make known decisively that we're not going to be shut down, put away, ignored. And even now in the courts in Utah, they know that 3,000 number. It's only been out for 2 weeks. It only was filed 2 weeks ago. We haven't even got all the main players served yet. They're doing some of that today, right now. There's 12 people named in the lawsuit right now. The number of people, as they find out, that are plaintiffs in this case is going to continue to go up, and they're going to have federal representation from the Attorney General's office for the class, all of those 3,000 people and growing. And at that point, the judges, the magistrate system in Utah, you can't say, oh, it's just a pro se person, so we can ignore this. As soon as you have a U.S. AG assigned to this case, and they're a member of the bar, which they're going to be, it has to leave the magistrate system, go straight to a federal judge, and the rest is just a matter of timing, because the case is very well documented, very well put together, and it's going to go to a jury. And by the way, if an AG is assigned to the case, this is a really interesting little point. If an attorney from the U.S. Attorney's Office is assigned to the case, in the course of their work through discovery, investigation, depositions, evidence gathering, if they learn of anything that constitutes a federal crime, then, or even a local, by the way, they have to refer that to the criminal division for investigation. So to the extent that these things were crimes, which they were, as soon as they have guilty knowledge through being involved in the case and they see evidence of a crime, they have to refer it to the criminal division of the Justice Department for criminal investigation and action. Criminality is involved here. It'll get there. It's only a matter of time. So you're not just going to have the civil RICO for damages, but the criminal RICO, not just a criminal for one or two little people, because it was a corrupt organization. You're dealing with Al Capone's buddies. They will be under a criminal RICO conspiracy and indicted as such, and that's going to be epic. And this is the opportunity to win back Utah for Utahns. And then we have other states that are looking at how this action has been developed and written up, and they have similarities in other states that are, going to be happening too. In fact, one other thing, Oregon, the person who ran for governor last time around, and who had the election stolen from him in various ways, on the way that the campaign money was brought in. She filed quo warrantos, where the people in office had to prove that they were there legally. It's a particular type of a filing. The courts in Utah just shined them on, wouldn't do it. In Oregon. Oregon laws written in a way that to keep you from getting into any court in any meaningful way, or to the Supreme Court. And they reread the rules, so they understood, actually what they're saying you have to do, you don't have to do based on the way the law is set up. So the courts wouldn't let them force these people in office to answer the quo warranto. Are they there legally, legitimately, according to constitutional law? They filed in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court docketed the case about a month ago. So there's a Oregon quo warranto case before the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court, that is docketed. Now, to just get on the docket is like 1 in 1,000 get there that file. But getting past the docket and actually going to a hearing is even more difficult to get past that. So they've still got huge hurdles to get through. But the fact that they got docketed at all means that the court saw the legitimacy, the clerk saw the legitimacy of the case, and that it had checked all the boxes to be able to be docketed. Oregon's in play over the way that their governor got to office. This hearing yesterday in Hawaii, some of that, they're looking at similar potential for legal action that would be a RICO similar to what's going on in Utah, occurring in Hawaii. There's other cases that are looking at this in the same way, and I don't want to name all of them because they're less, developed, but they're coming. That case in Utah is the framework for other similar types of actions, tuned precisely to the illegality of these groups and the way they operate in collusion in other states. So anyway.
Unbelievable, Juan. This has been an epic show. I think this is the best yet. So it's not over yet.
Well, let me.
And you're proving.
Okay, I apologize. You know what?
That's
I
true.
interrupted you
Even
last
more
time.
so
You're
now.
you're a good guy.
I'm glad we brought this up. It's good.
Well, okay. So I got one and one more thing.
Awesome. Okay.
And also, by the way, and it also does this. It slices, it dices, it cubes. Tina Peters.
Oh, please. Yeah.
In fact, I'm doing Tina Peters' show later today, by the way.
Really?
So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. In fact, I'm doing it with Tracy Halverson because her case has overtones into Colorado. 2020, it's not over yet. You know what? You know what we got to do? I got to send the website, Jen's website, thejennifermack.com. We got to send it to all these politicians that are named in these suits. You know why? They need Nino's hand cream. I probably better go out and get it again. It's really high quality stuff. They need the Nino shirt. Okay. Okay. Hand wringing.
Make a little money off of it. Heck, why not?
That's right.
But I saw that all your silver coins are almost all gone. You've only got one left. I'm so glad I got them. Wow.
Well, the only one out there right now is the Gitmo coin, and we have quite a bit coming out of that.
You guys better get it.
All getting good. I didn't move the prices up when we had that spike the other day because I knew it was going to come back down. I told people that too, and in some of the shows, that I didn't expect it to stay up there this round when it punched through 50. That it would go through it decisively, but would probably settle down. It's going much higher. 70 is the next real checkpoint, right. And it's continuing to power through. So the Gitmo coins that are there on allpatriots at gumroad.com.
I'm so glad I got all of those coins, and they're all worth like 2-3 times more than what I bought them for. Wow.
Well, we have just a handful of the 2023s, and they're radically up there. And somebody just told me the other day that they were trading at the dealers higher than what we had them on the site.
Sure.
We didn't realize we had them there for that. But anyway,
more.
And all of them tell a story together, and I didn't even keep. Oh my gosh, we sold all of the coins we had. Had to go into my own handful of coins and give them out on the Melania coins.
Good job on you.
But anyway, no, I wanted to say this one thing. So, and I apologize for running long on this, but I think this is a super important point I mentioned the other day on a couple of shows. But I want to make sure we have your listeners understand this. Trump said, you don't have to trust that I'm saying this. Trump himself said the other day in an interview that he was getting ready to sign a executive order concerning paper ballots. And he went into a long diatribe. It was actually over the stuff in the Ukraine and like that. And one of the reporters asked him a question. He says, well, actually, this isn't on point, but I'm going to answer this question anyway. And he says, I'm getting ready to sign an executive order for paper ballots and to stop all mail-in ballots in the 2026 election. Now, he went several minutes long, and I've handed around a lot. I think it's over at a number of the sites. I think I maybe even sent it to you, and so everybody should go look at this. In the course of doing that, from our friends inside the administration, I had back to January 21st when I had a private meetings and invited a bunch of people out in D.C. after the inauguration. Had asked several of our people that these are their skill sets from their work history like that, to write an executive order concerning hand count paper ballot counted where cast, the whole schmear. The one that I was aware of that had been in play back to when Trump was still a candidate in the summer of 2026, it was the first version, and it was pretty weak, and it didn't actually say what it needed to say. So I'd asked some of the folks with me there if they couldn't work through that, and we did as a group, and came up with a 17-page proposed executive order concerning hand count paper ballot counted where cast precinct 1,600 or less. And at the very outset of that executive order, in order to implement it, it included a national emergency related to elections, so that you had executive authority, or in some ways of saying it, commander-in-chief authority, to control things down below the federal level all the way into the state and county and municipal level. And the reason is because it's at the county level that people get on as a registered voter. And we know that the voter rolls are completely corrupt, can't be trusted, and they can't really fix them with any system that's out there the way it is right now. So you have to essentially wipe the slate clean and start over. So this proposed executive order, 17 pages long, and that was just by accident, actually, as concise as we could make it, was then we put it out publicly. You can go find it. It's out there, the version that we came up with. And then was on the president's desk. No machines allowed, strictly a paper ballot, hand counted. We understand that it's like 80% of what we have there, maybe 90, is what's going to be used in what the president's legal team have gone through and come up with their own version of this. We just proposed that here's the things we think need to be in here and why, etc. So we'll be watching to see what it is, but the president says he's going to sign an executive order, and people that we have as contacts say it's pretty close to what we had submitted as a group. And he's going to put that out there. At the moment that he puts that out there, and he said he's days away from doing this, that's like declaring war in itself on the people running the illegal side of these elections, because they won't be able to pull off the frauds that they've been doing within the election system. It's like a death knell for the rhinos and Democrats that have been doing all of their scamming and like that, and it'd be run supervised at the federal level by troops if necessary. And the president, when he does that, you have to stop and slow down. This is where it relates to Tina Peters. As a prelude, the first thing he does before he implements the executive order, or simultaneous with it, is declares a national emergency related to elections. And then within that national emergency, he implements that here's how we're going to run the 2026 election. It doesn't matter what and by the way, because it's in the context of a national emergency, no judge at the state or federal level can stop him. You wanted a guy that operates as king? Well, it's actually not king, it's commander-in-chief. So he takes control of the elections as the executive to run a fair election in 2026, and mandates from the federal level exactly how that's going to be conducted, and no judge can stop him. There's no federal injunction or anything like that that's going to stop him. And so that's just going to be wasted time and energy to try and do that. Won't happen. And within the context of a Tina is a witness. Tina is a witness on how these elections have been being frauded. Knowledge into the machines, knowledge into the various ballot things that are being done. Within that context, even though she could be released on whistleblower stuff, taken into federal custody, the state would still have a case to bring forward later, blah, blah, blah. There's all sorts of reasons why, she was supposed to be out on her birthday. There was actually 2 different agreements that occurred, and she was going to be out just before her birthday or right on her birthday. And both times people inside the Justice Department blocked that, and it didn't happen. And so then there's been this thing where it looked like within the courts, a habeas corpus thing was going to get acted on by a judge and still in play and could happen any day. But it, becoming more and more questionable that would happen. Well, Trump said he's going to sign this executive order very shortly, days away, according to his words, not mine. Then when he does that, almost certainly in order to pull off what he's going to pull off, he has to declare a national emergency within the elections. I believe that it's quite likely, because Trump has said 3 times now, set Tina Peters free, get her out of there. Okay. That simultaneous with that, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if there's guys waiting at the door right there at the prison to walk in a few seconds later and go take physical custody of Tina Peters and get her out of the hellhole. But that would be something that I think we should expect to happen in the context of the declaration of a national election emergency and the executive order. And by the way, the last executive order in the elections was Executive Order 107, signed at 107 in the afternoon Eastern Time by the president on March 25th of 2025. Now, that executive order was about the states and the counties cleaning up the voter rolls prior to the 2026 election, gave them 6 months to do that. Well, September 25th, none of the states had done anything of meaning. None of the counties had done anything of meaning. They thumbed their noses. They gave the finger to Trump and the executive order. So the context for an emergency, a national emergency, and another executive order going down into the counties and the cities on the way the elections are going to be held, let alone the state level, is in the context that they thumbed their nose at him. So he's going to come back and, be far more forceful and proactive to get done what needs to be done because they ignored the last executive order. And it'll be interesting to see what number gets assigned to this executive order. It'll probably have a significant meeting also, including the date that he signs it. Going to war with the monsters. So anyway, we're watching close, and that could be how it happens for Tina. We don't know. I just know that we're all in prayer to get the right outcome for Tina. And every day in there, she is a political prisoner. At 70 years old. Come on, man. She never even had a parking ticket, speeding ticket. Okay. Shoot, I got a wall plastered full of them. Okay. I don't even know how somebody goes through life without getting some kind of a traffic infraction. I drive a lot, but it's just so easy to pick one up.
And unfortunately, her son, Navy SEAL, died in a parachute accident. So, I mean, she's.
Well, let me just add this. Her son. This isn't public, really. She's talked about it a little bit in private. Her son was involved in some work going after child traffickers and assisting in some of that work. Wow. And he had a double parachute failure.
That's insane. He's on the parachute team.
Yes, he was. He had a very good record. He's in a demonstration team.
Yep.
To have 2 chute failures. Somebody's had, I think he had 3,000 jumps or whatever. There's just no way. This was somebody did something, and Um,
I've said that for a
you
long
know,
time. I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you.
yeah, yeah. So and her son, you know,
She
uh,
doesn't go there. She's very humble about it, but yeah, we can say it.
yeah. Well, she doesn't. Let me say it this way: she's not playing on that for some kind of,
Right.
she's not uh, merchandising her son and what happened to him. She's um, not playing it with that way. She's trying to do things based on their merit without, pulling that heartstring or whatever. Like you should give her a pass because of that. But she doesn't have to. We can. This is atrocious what these people have done. So by the way, don't think for a second that any of those monsters in Colorado that did all sorts of chicanery to make her uh, the uh, bad person and draw attention off themselves is going to get away with this before God in His heaven. They will not skate free of this. They will. It's easy to dish out. Let's see how they take it when the tables are flipped and they're on the receiving side of what's about to come. So
They'll be crying. That's the way they usually do it.
yeah, yeah.
Begging for mercy.
Michael,
Yeah.
I gotta tell you,
Epic.
I apologize because I always get going so much, and you always have such great things to add in, and you get me going, and I didn't really let you chime in enough because there's a lot of times when we have an
This
exchange and
might
I
be the
get stuff
record
out
show
of
for
you
you. I don't
that
know.
is fun. Well, but I we ought to flip it sometime, and I get to interview you, and I
Yeah,
shut up and listen to
fun.
you because you're too gentlemanly.
I'll get my boots out. And,
Well, by the way, you had it at the beginning of the show for a second or two. There's stuff going on in Brazil. I mean, I'm getting live reports from my guys that are down there in the midst of this. I mean,
oh,
talk
wow.
about a war. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh! I mean, talk about bringing back memories. I was just sitting there, lady
Way
injured or
higher now.
whatever, and
Yep.
it was way higher than that. That was, probably easily double that number, and it's still going. And it's while we also have stuff going on. We got 10,000 guys ready to go right into Caracas right now. We've got all of the aircraft, munitions,
Oh, yeah.
carrier task force.
It's coming.
We're ready to go at it, and it's going to be epic. And so the situation in Brazil is pretty wild.
It's going to be similar to what's going to happen in our cities. I think that's what I was talking about. Because Bolsonaro was basically, he had his election stolen from him, just like Trump did.
Yes, and by the same group.
Yeah.
By the way.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Because it is the same group. Yeah, the same group out of Venezuela that was transplanted into Serbia, which included, by the way, the CIA side of the operation, the MI6 and 5 side of the operation, FBI here. They're all collusive, working with the vote cartel, the criminal vote. You got drug runners, you got rum runners. Last century, you got all these things. Well, these are the vote runners, and they're trading in illegal votes because illegal votes are worth more than counterfeit currency. Counterfeit votes are worth more than counterfeit currencies because they control the currencies, right? And the spending and everything else. So the people that we have in physical protective custody here in the U.S. right now who stole the 2020 vote and other votes around the world, they say they actually, in being interviewed by a person that everybody in this audience would know instantly by name, when that person was interviewing him last summer, the person asked him, well, how many countries have you done this in besides the United States? And they said 71 was their personal count. 71 countries. They had flipped the vote, got people into office who weren't the vote of the people. And includes places like South Korea, Brazil, Mexico, all sorts of places around the planet. But they moved from Venezuela as it went into chaos back in 2018 and 19. they moved to Serbia. And the next location, because they're setting up a new operations center in Serbia, which, by the way, the building they're in is half owned by John Brennan. Think about that. Brennan, CIA, former CIA at that time, he is half owner of the building they move into in Serbia with the wealthiest man in Serbia,
Wow.
this billionaire. And so they co-own this building with all the servers that's being used to cook votes all over the planet. But they had to test the system. Do you know where they tested the system first time out? South Africa. Okay, so Ramaphosa, remember Ramaphosa? He's the president of South Africa who came to the Oval Office with a bunch of his delegation. They're all there in the Oval Office, and Trump pulls out the films of the white farmers at the funerals and says, so you can take over their land, steal their land from them. Is that true? And Ramaphosa says, this was all news to me. I've never seen this before. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, it's bullshit. He knows exactly what they're talking about. And so he was in office through fraud, just like Maduro in Venezuela. So now Maduro, the Justice Department calls Maduro the head of a drug crime terror family being run out of Venezuela, the president of Venezuela, and that he's there through vote fraud. So our Justice Department, because it affects, drug trafficking into America and other crimes against America and other countries in the world, issued a indictment and arrest warrant for Maduro. And then they put the largest ever bounty in U.S. history on somebody for information helping him to get them arrested and prosecuted. So they put a $50 million bounty on Maduro, the president of Venezuela. And that's what all of this preparation is, to go to war, to get Maduro out of Venezuela and all of his people out of the government, and to help return the government of Venezuela back to the people. Venezuela, by the way, just so you know, it's the richest country in the world with oil, richer than the countries in the Mideast. And they're in Venezuela, as the government collapsed, one of the people that I interviewed related to all of this a while back, he said, at first, everybody's pets, their dogs and cats, remember, this is a wealthy country, started disappearing because the people were eating them for food. People were grabbing any pet off the street they could get for food. Then it was the rats. They started disappearing, and then the mice.
Jeez.
Because the people were just horrors for Venezuela. And in that environment, they moved their main headquarters to Serbia. Maduro's presiding over that. The drug gangs, the stories are just unbelievable. Reminds me of other stuff that happened back in the 80s. And so we're ready to go in there and take out Maduro. Well, next on the list, Trump has already referred Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, to the Justice Department for similar investigation as being there through election fraud. The first election that they ran controlled from Serbia after they got embedded over there was the South African election that put Ramaphosa into office. He's illegitimate, just like Maduro is illegitimate. So they're going to put a bounty, indict him and put a bounty on him, and next stop, Africa. And that's where a lot of the criminality going on in the mining and like that, these billionaires that are protected in South Africa.
Yeah,
they're
Nino
the ones that were up there.
Show that disclosed that. Oh my God. Wow.
Well, I mean, the stuff going on in the Congo,
Yeah, you've been on that for a while too. Good job.
Yeah, and Iran's tied into that. So Iran is in collusion both in Venezuela and in South Africa. So when Trump bombed the nuclear bunkers in Iran, it wasn't to save and protect Israel. It was to save and protect the world. And it was outside their skill sets. They did what they did at some street level. We went in and did what nobody else in the world could do, which was take out their nuclear development capability at that level. So anyway, but I just thought I'd throw it in there. So
yeah,
I apologize. I get into these things. It's hard for me to
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. President Donald Trump has given the green light. Global military alliance underway. Global alliance to take over major fake news media and make mass arrests. Emergency broadcast system activation imminent. U.S. braces for military takeover. Jassara Nassara unleashed. The Great Awakening. There is only one way. God wins. The White House. Judy, note, on Thursday, November 6th, President Trump messaged a final warning to the Democrats in Congress. Terminate the filibuster or lose the republic. Guess the Democrats lost their republic. House Speaker Johnson in the GOP press conference on 37th day of government shutdown. Later that day, President Trump, the leader of the free world, gave the green light for a major irreversible worldwide 10 days of communication blackout event beginning on Friday, November 7th, 2025. The military will take over the mass media fake news, make mass arrests across the globe, and unleash Jassara Nassara. At the end of the 10 days on Monday, November 17th, we're going to wake up to a whole new world. It's called The Great Awakening, and God wins. Judy, note, a major movie about child trafficking, Hidden Wars, was set to be released in theaters November 14th, 2025. However, the movie has received major backlash that appeared to be designed, executed by those influenced by Satan and do not want the information about child trafficking to come out. Such has resulted in Hidden Wars not being accepted by some major distributors, like Cinemax. Hidden Wars is by Tim Ballard, who has dedicated his life to rescuing children around the world and who has the inspiration for the movie Sound of Freedom. Thursday, November 7th, Trump's final warning to Democrats. Terminate the filibuster or lose the republic. Gimbo TV on Telegram. The night of Wednesday, November 6, 2025, President Trump's ultimatum echoed through Washington like the final bell before a storm. For 3 years, the government has stood frozen. No laws passed, no borders secured, no justice served. Only endless political theater while America bleeds. Now Trump has drawn the red line. Terminate the filibuster now, he wrote, or hand our nation to the radical left. This isn't a request. It's an order from the man who built the movement that changed history. Trump's words carry the weight of urgency and prophecy. He knows the game is rigged through endless obstruction, the filibuster being the weapon Democrats have used to crush every America First policy. Without ending it, the GOP will walk into the 2028 elections in chains, unable to act, while the radical left continues to rewrite the laws, the culture, and the Constitution itself. Before Trump's fury lies strategy. He exposed the exact plan of the enemy to pack the Supreme Court, add new states, create 4 new Democrat senators, and secure power forever. If the GOP hesitates again, this will be the last free election America ever sees. Trump reminded everyone that Democrats already tried to end the filibuster once, and next time they won't ask. The time for polite politics is over. What he's offering isn't negotiation, it's dominance. End the shutdown, erase the obstacles, and pass every policy that was promised to the American people. Strong borders, fair elections, protection of women's sports, tax and energy reform, the full defense of the Second Amendment. Everything the left fought to block will pass in a single wave. We will be the party that cannot be beaten, Trump declared. The smart party. The choice is no longer political. It's existential. Either the Republicans find their courage and break the chain, or the chain will break the Republic. History will remember what happens next. The event. Possible timing. The event will be global and irreversible. Monday, November 3rd, global ignition phase. QFS nodes were stabilizing under gold-backed parity, while Starlink began aligning communication grids for full system override. Jassara unleashed. Debt eradication, gold explosion. EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, preps. Trump oversees from Mar-a-Lago War Room. Military begins to escort Zim Tier 4B holders to the centers. Friday, November 7th, communication blackout. 10 days of darkness protocol activates. All media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. Evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe. The United States, central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. On Monday, November 10th, Tier 4B notified of how to schedule exchange redemption appointments. Saturday, November 15th, medbeds begin activation in phases. Clinics will prioritize.
Hi guys, this is just a little reminder. I keep telling you this is all pantomime. This is all a movie. So when you see Mamdani win in New York, this is all part of the pantomime. Stop getting so wound up about it. You're watching a movie. You're watching a pantomime. Central casting. I have to keep reminding you every time there's a bump in the road. You think it's for real. It's all pantomime.
Monday, November 3rd, classified Q-drop detonation. Jassara unleashed. Trump's White Hats flipped the switch on November 3rd, 2025. Debt eradication, gold explosion, cabal vaults gutted. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Patriots, the hammer drops today. Jassara isn't fantasy. It's execution. Q crumbs from 2017 Ignite, Global Economic Security and Reformation Act. Quantum financial system hums alive. Rothschild chains shatter. Your enslavement ends. Where we go one, we go all. The Great Awakening erupts. Jassara core pillars. The red pill blueprint. Q drop 4414. The storm is upon us. Jassara activates in phases. 209 nations signed Paris Accord trap, now flipped to freedom. Number 1, debt jubilee. All debts wiped, mortgages, loans, credit cards zeroed. IRS abolished, taxes, only sales on new items, no income theft. Number 2, gold-backed currencies, rainbow notes live, USD to USN. Number 3, QFS activation, unhackable quantum servers, Cheyenne Mountain, Reno, Texas hubs, biometric access, your account preloaded with redemption funds. Nasara fusion, America leads, forgives farm debts, restores constitution, ends Fed stranglehold. Trump's kill command, implementation locked, Monday, November 3rd. EVS preps, Trump oversees from Mar-a-Lago war room. Military escort Zim, Tier 4B holders, 2 centers. Redemption protocol, Zim bonds, 100 trillion cap, redeem at $125 million per holder. Funds, humanitarian projects, no speculation. Tier 1 through 3, banks, governments paid out at October. Tier 4 A and B, Internet Group notified 72 hours post-EBS. 800 number releases, call, schedule, NDA, ironclad. 21 days to redeem. Suppress calls. Cabal takedown, vaults raided. Q drop 34. Castle Rock, White Hat storm. Vatican, 34 trillion seized. London, 500 trillion. Pentagon, 2. Is that a 2 quadrillion? 80% dark funds redirected to we the people. Gizmo overflows, 500,000 indictments, execution silent, clones glitch out. BRICS rebellion, Russia, China, gold standard, Iraq dinar RV at $3.71, plus Vietnam dong $2.25, no more IMF slavery. Inflation apocalypse reversed. Food, fuel prices crash, post-RV, abundance floods, middle class, trillions injected, elite hordes redistributed, political purge, election fraud exposed, 2020 stolen, reversed, Trump reinstated, Q says the best is yet to come, surveillance smashed, no more digital chains, QFS tracks every transaction, but only cabal theft, privacy for patriots, CBDC, deep state trap rejected, final red pill strike, Jassara isn't coming, it's here. This is revolution. You earn every cent. Cabal screams silence. Safe havens collapse. Media blackouts hide panic. Trump commands, alliance executes, humanity freed. Stay frosty, monitor comms, redemption imminent, eyes wide. Share this dossier. The golden age dawns now. Storm unleashed, victory is ours. What we think we know as of Friday, November 7th. On Monday, November 3rd, and as Q Drop 4414 said, the storm is upon us. Jassara began activating in phases for the 209 nations which signed the Paris Accord trap and were now flipped to freedom and a debt jubilee where all debts were wiped. Mortgages, loans, and credit cards zeroed out. In the U.S., the IRS would be abolished, with no tax on income and taxes on the sale of new items only. On Friday, November 7th, the Global Military Alliance would take over the major fake news media while making mass arrests around the world. 10 days of communication darkness would follow, with documentaries shown about the fall of the cabal over the new Starlink satellite system on TV, phones, and computers. All would end on Sunday, November 16th, 2025 evening. We would awake Monday morning, 17th of November, to a whole new world: politics, health, education, money system of the global currency reset. And Thursday, November 6th, we have a link. Surprise Supreme Court victory. Riots will erupt. Thursday, November 6th, Operation Mockingbird. The CIA lied to you this whole time. Thursday, November 6th, profits over lives. U.S. corporations and the Nazis. Forgotten history. Thursday, November 6th, truth about the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Forgotten history. Global Financial System, Thursday, November 6, 2025. QFS features and functions. There is no legal payment in QFS. Banks have no control anymore. Banks are already obsolete. QFS ends corruption, bribery, cryptocurrency, GPS, and manipulation in the banking system and the central banking system. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Thursday, November 6th, Mark Z. Alex Jones reported that China will no longer send silver to London. This means when the London market runs out of silver, they're toast and silver shoots up. Restored Republic, Thursday, November 6th, Scott, Brunswick. Gitmo is overflowing. New high-security facilities in northern Canada, Greenland, and remote island zones are being outfitted with electromagnetic shielding and drone exclusion perimeters. Many detainees are now held in underground transit hubs beneath major bases where they undergo financial and intelligence debriefs. The data from these interrogations, banking trails, asset maps, global networks, is being compiled by quantum forensic systems to feed upcoming tribunal sessions. Meanwhile, the quantum financial system is advancing in stealth. In Singapore and Tokyo, hidden banking nodes are now live, mirroring transactional flows through encrypted microtests. Each network interruption on legacy systems signals another handover to QFS control. Gold reserves are being relocated under armed escort through remote routes, while dormant vaults tied to the old monetary cabal are being drained. The slow technical outages seen in central banks are not errors. They are controlled disconnections. The current government is not reopening. What's coming next is something entirely new, the New Republic. This isn't just a political shift, it's a foundational transformation. The old system has run its course, and the structures built on corruption, deception, and control are being dismantled piece by piece. When the New Republic emerges, it will operate under truth, transparency, and constitutional law for the people. Thursday, November 6, India's digital ID system has become a warning to the world. Over 1 billion people were forced into a biometric program that linked food, healthcare, and pensions to one ID, with devastating results. Hackers stole identities, families starved, and the elderly lost denied rations because the system failed. Your favorite president on Telegram.
The Gold's Gym locker room scandal just took a shocking new turn. The person at the center of it all has been revealed to have a serious criminal past. According to media reports, before transitioning, this individual was known as Grant Freeman. In 2022, he pleaded guilty in Ohio to domestic assault that caused serious injury to a partner. After serving his sentence, he transitioned and took his ex-partner's name, Alexis. Yes, the same person who now insists on entering women's locker rooms claiming they have every right to be there is the same person once convicted of serious domestic violence. Yet when women speak up and say they feel unsafe, they're the ones silenced, banned, and labeled as intolerant. Remember the woman who lost her Gold's Gym membership? She simply voiced her concern and got removed for it. Now this story has gone viral. One side supports the gym's inclusivity policy, while the other, mostly women, just want to feel safe. If even people with serious criminal backgrounds can freely enter women's spaces, then maybe something in the system is broken.
Thursday, November 6th, President Trump had a message for Nancy Pelosi following her retirement announcement. Great thing for America. She was evil, corrupt, and focused on bad things for our country. I'm honored she impeached me twice and failed twice. Thursday, November 6th, we have a link. Nonprofits plot to instruct non-citizens how to vote for Mamdani uncovered. Thursday, November 6th, Tory Says Show, never-ending story of Obama. 9/11 Files, the CIA's secret mission gone wrong, Episode 1. This is all YouTube. 9/11 Files, the Cover-Up Commission, Episode 2. 9/11 Files, They Could Have Stopped It, Episode 3. The 9/11 Files, From Cover-Up to Conspiracy, Episode 4. And the 9/11 Files, From Tragedy to Tyranny, Episode 5. Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. Obama-Biden CIA Director Gina Haspel evidently arrested for espionage. Voter fraud before it's news. Evidently, Barack Obama has been arrested in Hawaii and charged with espionage, according to an announcement by Assistant Attorney General for National Security John C. Demers on Saturday, November 28th. That same day, Obama's former VP Joe Biden began wearing a boot that could hide an ankle bracelet, although he claimed the boot was due to an ankle injury. 2 weeks ago, CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained on charges of election fraud, said to be spilling the beans on Obama and Biden. Obama, Biden, and Haspel were suspected of colluding with foreign powers, including the Chinese Communist Party, plus promoting the use of election fraud to put the socialist-leaning and compromised Biden-Harris ticket in power, overtake the U.S. government, and establish a new world order. Obama's complaint alleged that the former U.S. president compromised U.S. security by conspiring with a business partner and former CIA agent to give U.S. government classified information to high-up Chinese intelligence officials in the People's Republic of China. Biden was reported to be under house arrest for compromising U.S. security by conspiring with a foreign power to interfere with the U.S. election. Although Biden was quite upfront about his voter fraud on national TV, saying right before the election that he had compiled the most extensive voter fraud organization in the history of politics. Biden's son Hunter's laptop was said to contain evidence that Biden was compromised, having accepted millions of dollars from China, the Ukraine, and other countries during his years in public office, including his 8 years of serving as Vice President of the U.S. A Sunday, November 22nd report showed Joe Biden stole $140 million from U.S. Treasury and transferred it to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. Report shows Joe Biden stole $140 million from U.S. federal Treasury and transferred the money to Rosemont Seneca, purportedly for bank bailouts, and then to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. Months before the election, the Ukraine had issued a warrant on Biden for his dealings there, news which, like everything else, connected to the Democrat cabal, never made it to the left-wing mass media headlines, were said connected to an extensive investigation of massive voter fraud issues centering around Dominion Company servers and the 2020 presidential election that Biden claimed to have won. On November 7th, 2020, the Saturday after elections, CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained for election fraud. She was injured by U.S. Spec Ops forces that raided a Frankfurt, Germany CIA server farm site. Unfortunately, 5 U.S. soldiers and one of the CIA mercenaries were killed in the firefight. Haspel, evidently in Frankfurt to protect server data that would incriminate deep state leaders such as Obama and Biden, was said to be cooperating to lessen her own sentence and revealing information about an extensive voter fraud scam perpetrated by Democrats in the 2020 election. The military raid captured Dominion voting servers, which were found to have swung votes from Trump to Biden from their locations in Germany, Canada, and Spain. Simultaneous raids took place in Toronto, Dominion Voting System headquarters, and Barcelona, Spain, another CIA Seidel server farm used in the election vote switching fraud. Although you would never hear about it in today's mass media, the connections were obviously there. George Soros was head of the board of directors for Dominion. Since the November 3rd election, a boatload of evidence has come forth around George Soros-owned CIA-developed Dominion voting machines that tabulated the U.S. election results. The tabulation was done on easily compromised servers in Germany, Canada, and Spain, which were hooked up to the internet. The Dominion programs were said to be designed to throw millions of Trump votes to Biden. In 2002 to 2004, a Hammer supercomputer scorecard app vote-switching algorithm software on Dominion machines was borrowed from the CIA to be used in Venezuelan-developed Smartmatic vote-switching software by dictator Hugo Chavez and Venezuelan military officers in order to rig elections. On Saturday morning, November 28th, Obama's criminal complaint was unsealed by Demers, U.S. Attorney for the District of Hawaii, Kenji M. Price, Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterintelligence Division, Alan E. Kohler Jr., Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Honolulu Field Office, Eli S. Miranda. A judge has imposed a media blackout in the U.S. on news about the arrest, but Canadian outlets like Conservative Beaver and a couple of Spanish-speaking newspapers were not subject to those rules and have reported on the high-profile arrest. Under direction of General Michael Flynn, mass arrests were continuing on over 209,000 sealed indictments filed in federal courts across the nation since President Trump took office. On Wednesday, November 25th, Flynn began executing high-level arrests overseas and was presently after pedophiles in the Netherlands, the New World Order and Council of Foreign Relations headquarters, where recently a lot of planes have mysteriously crashed. Henry Kissinger and others have been ousted from the Council of Foreign Relations. Military rendition flights were all over the U.S. It was said that hundreds of treasonous actors were being extracted, put onto flights, and interrogated until they turned, with an emphasis on finding evidence of voter fraud. These military flights were increasing in preparation for potential Antifa violence and RV release security. For years, Democratic Party and some Republican political elites apparently have been working in cooperation with the Chinese and other communist parties to overthrow the U.S. government and set up a new world order. Trump and the White Hats of the alliance set up the 2020 presidential election as a sting to catch these bad guys in treason, with intelligence gathered by the Kraken. The Kraken was the nickname of the 305th Battalion Military Intelligence Corps located at Fort Huachuca, Arizona. It provided electronic warfare and signals intelligence SIGINT, the 305th consisting of 6 companies, HHC, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. On Wednesday morning, November 4th, right after the election, the Department of Defense 305th Battalion and NSA began recording real-time fraud evidence of vote switching from all 6 battleground states. Real-time digital evidence would now be used to prosecute all deep staters involved in election and voter fraud, including Obama, Biden, and Haspel. Page 9 of Sidney Powell's federal lawsuits filed in Georgia and Michigan, midnight Wednesday, the 25th of November 2020. The Dominion software was accessed by agents acting on behalf of China and Iran in order to monitor and manipulate elections, including the most recent U.S. general election in 2020. On Tuesday, November 1st, Lieutenant General McInerney tweeted, It is treason. They are trying to overturn this government. What we think we know as of Thursday, November 6, 2025. Democrats refuse to open the U.S. government. Use the shutdown to rig the November 2025 elections. CCP rigged New York mayoral election as New York falls to socialists or communists. In October 2025, Secret Service uncovered micro-bugging devices buried in the White House. And Supreme Court challenges Trump's right to defend America's economy. Impeachment filed on Democrat Chief Judge Boasberg for weaponizing DOJ to spy on Republicans. In October 2025, the Secret Service uncovered dozens of ultra-advanced microbugs, smaller than a nose hair, buried deep in the West Wing in Caroline Leavitt's office at the White House. Global financial system, Tuesday, November 4th, code red. Fed injects $37 billion in days. Biggest money printing event since 2020. Wednesday, November 5th, quantum financial system fully activated. November 2nd, 2025. QFS, the unbreachable Patriot Fortress, obliterating cabal fiat chains forever. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Patriots, drop everything. The quantum financial system is no longer a whisper. It's the roaring engine of global liberation. Live and devouring deep state control grids right now. Fused with Elon code and GCR RV blasts. QFS is the White Hat's quantum hammer, smashing centuries of financial enslavement. QFS exposed quantum tech that ends the Fed's reign of terror. Built on Starlink's orbital quantum network, QFS operates beyond corrupt banks, using AI supercomputers and unbreakable encryption to track every stolen dollar since Jekyll Island. Quantum ledgers, every transaction etched in eternal code. No fakes. No inflation scams. Gold-backed core. Trillions in reclaimed assets. Gold, silver resources. Backing your wealth. Override SWIFT, IRS, and global chokeholds. Funds teleport globally in nanoseconds. Elon code plugs you in. Biometrics unlock your QFS account. Pulling RV reveals GCR transfers and restitution waves straight to your ledger. QFS weapons deployed against the swamp. Theft reversal scans your life for sabotage. Overcharges, debt traps, suppressed credits. Calculates reparations to the penny. Debt annihilation. Mortgages? Poof. Student loans? Erase. Taxes refunded with interest. RV, GCR fusion. Dinar Dong Zim explode in QFS vaults. Your holdings multiply. 1,000 becomes 1 million plus in quantum credits. First, QFS warriors confirm. Accounts swelling with quantum patriot credits. Redeem for cash, metals, or crypto. Seizure proof. How QFS shields and empowers you. Quantum entanglement detects interference. Cabal hacks trigger instant lockdowns on their assets. White Hat Guardians monitor from bunkers. Nisar Jasar protocols embedded. Humanitarian funds flood communities. Starving elite wars. This isn't a system, it's divine justice coded in light speed tech. Activation alert. Your QFS portal awaits. Invites hitting hard. QFS quantum access granted. Verify now. Face, voice scan, damage file upload. Tier lock. Millionaire boost for verified victims. No invite. QFS AI sweeps are hunting. Your red-pilled footprint flags you for auto-enrollment. The Cabal's doomsday. QFS is their extinction event. Rerouting to patriots who held the line. Irreversible, unstoppable, biblical. QFS plus Elon code equals your empire reborn. Patriots enter the quantum age. The financial apocalypse favors the awake. Restored Republic. Wednesday, November 5th. Global military escalation. Gitmo at full capacity as Trump prepares emergency broadcast and activates the Quantum Command Network. The White House on Telegram. Across continents, covert military and intelligence cells are dismantling the last pillars of global control. In Europe, joint raids have struck data centers in Frankfurt, Vienna, and Zurich, sites long used to store elite digital vaults and off-ledger accounts. Servers, routers, and cryptographic keys are being seized in silence. No headlines, no photos, just empty rooms by morning. In Africa, alliance-backed proxy units are isolating mineral network hubs in Cameroon and the DRC. Cobalt, lithium, and rare earth routes, once controlled by globalist financiers, are being cut and redirected to sovereign oversight. In the Pacific, marine task forces are intercepting deep sea corridors, once used by black ships carrying contraband and intelligence cargo. 2 vessels near the Philippines were neutralized in recent nights and redirected to secure bays in Guam and Diego Garcia. Meanwhile, the quantum financial system is advancing in stealth. In Singapore and Tokyo, hidden banking nodes are now live, mirroring transactional flows through encrypted microtests. Each network interruption on legacy systems signals another handover to QFS control. Gold reserves are being relocated under armed escort through remote routes, while dormant vaults tied to the old monetary cabal are being drained. The slow technical outages seen in central banks are not errors. They're controlled disconnections. At the borders, tactical operations continue. In Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico, mixed units of federal and military agents are neutralizing infiltration corridors. Ground radar exposes ancient tunnels, once used for trafficking and covert transfers. Micro-implosive charges collapse them internally, concealing the mission from public view. Cartel remnants are being encircled, some captured alive, others eliminated. It is an open war, but a silent one fought in the shadows. Gitmo is overflowing. New high-security facilities in northern Canada, Greenland, and remote island zones are being outfitted with electromagnetic shielding and drone exclusion perimeters. Many detainees are now held in underground transit hubs beneath major bases, where they undergo financial and intelligence debriefs. The data from these interrogations, banking trails, asset maps, global networks, is being compiled by quantum forensic systems to feed upcoming tribunal sessions. The emergency broadcast system is in continuous rehearsal. Satellite relays, ground loops, and encrypted handshake protocols are tested daily. Brief blackouts and flickers across local grids are not random. They're dry runs. These tests ensure signal synchronization across continents when the activation order arrives. Mesh networks and backup satellites are being aligned for communication redundancy with encrypted off-grid channels already active. Deep state remnants are fighting back through sabotage and cyber warfare. In South Asia, major media conglomerate servers were wiped clean after decades of political blackmail. Epigenetic manipulation burned after drone intervention. Its data already seized. Across Europe, procurement offices tied to surveillance contracts have been infiltrated and fed false directives to collapse their coordination. What's delaying the full reveal is precision. EBS synchronization must reach perfect alignment. Cartel pockets in Central Asia and South America must be sealed. And tribunal infrastructure, legal, technical, and digital, must be verified for public broadcasts. The Alliance cannot afford leaks or timing errors. Everything is in motion. Financial grids, border control, detainee logistics, and global communications have reached final convergence. The public still sees calm, but behind that calm is the largest coordinated operation in modern history.
Tomorrow I will be bringing 2 bills before the Senate.
Tuesday, November 4th, classified dossier. Gitmo expansion. 2 new underground wings live. Elite tribunals accelerate. Executions underway. Deep state panic as white hats seize the night. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is here. Gitmo isn't a vacation spot. It's the blade dropping on the cabal's neck. 2 massive underground wings opened October 28, 2025, straight from Trump's Iron Command. High security vaults, quantum locked cells, 0-point interrogation grids, no escapes, no mercy, thousands of new guests inbound, CEOs, senators, Hollywood puppets, Vatican money launderers, their clones already glitching on your screens. Military tribunals aren't rumors, they're raging. Law of war manual in full force. Continuity of government overrides the swamp courts. Over 1,700 private jets seized. Hurricane lockdown? Cover for the rush. Camp Delta reinforced October 26. Ships outbound. Sails humming. EBS test greenlit. One pull of the trigger. Full exposure. Financial ledgers dumped. Biological warfare docks. Elite perp walks in 8,000. Just a side note, that latest hurricane sat over Gitmo for an extended amount of time. And Gitmo is apparently able to withstand a Category 7 hurricane. So, but it was just a suspicious move that it just sat over Guantanamo Bay like that. November surge, 300 plus indictments unsealed, under seal, treason, sedition, crimes against humanity. Nuremberg 2.0, execution silent but stacking. Insiders whisper 47 since September. No appeals, no media leaks. Jassara backbone locked, 85% global QFS tie-in. Banks crumbling, Australia, Switzerland folding. Debt erasure, algorithms firing. Your stolen wealth, quantum cards testing now. Trump's the only commander. Biden's ghost regime nullified. 2021 to 2024, executive orders shredded. White House ballroom counter sigil pulses. DC grid dead. Vatican banks choked. Brussels backups raided. London triad fracturing. Feel the quake? Wildlife fleeing Gitmo perimeter. Frequencies spiking. Remote viewers confirm. Aura shift massive. Cabal spells shattered. Their 2030 cage. Digital IDs. 5G mind traps. Obama serpents. Tagged for transport. Mayorkas treason flood. Next docket. James election witch hunt. Disbarments too soft. Gitmo gallows. Besig's Uganda echo. Global sink. Military political prisoners worldwide rising. The fertilizer machines hum. Wings fill with screams. The president commands. Justice drops like thunder. This is the Great Awakening. Miss it? Truth bombs detonating now. Wednesday, November 5th, Operation Coast to Coast, FBI and ICE expose Chinese trafficking empire worth millions. Wednesday, November 5th, FBI and ICE arrest 5,000 in Chicago raid on Sinaloa and CJNG, 4 tons of fentanyl seized. Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, presenting to you the 2025 Democrat of the Year, Ian Roberts, superintendent of Iowa's largest school district, illegal alien, fake college degree, fake social security card, fake driver's license, illegally voted, illegal possession of firearms, $350,000 a year paid by taxpayers. All I have to say about that is wow. Tuesday, November 4th. Just now, Intel dossier, November 4th, Trump's final warning to the GOP. Terminate the filibuster now. Tuesday, November 4th, just in. The 14th block. Senate Democrats refuse for the 14th time to reopen government. Tuesday, November 4th, Pentagon leak. Fauci and Gates targeted for military tribunals. U.S. Army insiders confirm investigation into acts of war. Tuesday, November 4th, it's official. House files impeachment articles against Chief Judge James Boasberg, accused of weaponizing DOJ. November 5th, SCOTUS versus President Trump. Supreme Court challenges Trump's right to defend America's economy. Wednesday, November 5th, breaking overnight intel drop. Deep state panic. New York City falls to socialists. Trump slashes $600 billion from deficit. FBI files burned. Supreme Court showdown begins. Wednesday, November 5th, breaking DNI Tulsi Gabbard exposes massive Chinese communist plot to rig the New York City mayoral election. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has exposed a sophisticated, massive Chinese communist plot that rigged the New York City mayoral election in favor of socialist Mamdani. The Chinese Communist government infiltrated the DS-200 ballot scanner systems manufactured by Election Systems and Software, ES&S. Tuesday, November 4th, Kash Patel's FBI arrested 2 Muslim men in Dearborn, Michigan, and were charged in a ISIS-inspired terror attack that allegedly would have involved a massacre in Detroit suburb on Halloween. Muhammad Ali of Dearborn, Michigan, and Mahed Mahmoud are accused of the plot. Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, President Trump, Fox News. Remember when the blood-sucking Democrats hired 87,000 IRS agents to hunt down the American taxpayer? It's official. Internal Revenue Service agents are now detailed to the Department of Homeland Security under an agreement between DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. The purpose is to provide an additional immigration enforcement manpower. These agents have been authorized under Title 8 of the U.S. Code to hunt down and apprehend criminal illegal aliens for civil violations of immigration law. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, instead of using Biden's 87,000 IRS agents to take more money from Americans, I've directed them to help taxpayers save money by assisting ICE in rounding up criminal illegal aliens for deportation. Just a side note, remember the videos coming out when they hired those 87,000 IRS agents and they were being trained to like break down doors and SWAT houses to get to seize, IRS tax funds and basically SWAT American citizens. So I guess those skills will come in handy when they're doing ICE raids. Wednesday, November 5th, Speaker Johnson is livid after discovering Democrats have filed a lawsuit against the USDA for trying to find out how many illegal immigrants are receiving welfare benefits. They actually sued the Department of Agriculture for simply asking how many illegals are enrolled in welfare programs across states like California and New York. They sued them. Can you believe that? We're working to make government more transparent and efficient for the American people. Yet Democrats keep blocking us with political stunts. No wonder Americans are frustrated. Wednesday, November 5th, Florida. DEA, FBI, and ICE raid drug cartel in Florida. 51 dirty officers exposed. $21 million seized. YouTube. Wednesday, November 5th, 5 brothers, 5 countries. $500 billion. The Rothschild strategy that lasted 210 years. Wednesday, November 5th. How Wall Street built the Nazi war machine. Wednesday, November 5th, the opium fortunes. How America's elite families got rich selling drugs to China. Wednesday, November 5th, Wisconsin. ICE storms Wisconsin criminal cartel. 24 arrested and victims rescued. Wednesday, November 5th, Tennessee. 2 minutes ago, massive DEA raid shakes Tennessee. Cartel leaders arrested, assets seized.
The controllers got 90% of one payment, 80 to 90% of one payment. They missed the second paycheck. On Thursday, they get an email pay stub that'll show what their next payment is going to be. So this Thursday, they'll get an email that shows that their pay stub is a big fat zero. Many of the controllers said, a lot of us can navigate missing one paycheck. Not everybody, but a lot of us can. None of us can manage missing 2 paychecks. So if you bring us to a week from today, Democrats, you will see mass chaos, you will see mass flight delays, you'll see mass cancellations, and you may see us close certain parts of the airspace because we just cannot manage it because we don't have the air traffic controllers.
And we start with breaking news out of Washington this afternoon. The FAA just announcing that it is starting the process of reducing flight capacity by 10% in 40 major locations across the country. The reductions will start on Friday. The move is meant to reduce the stress on air traffic controllers that they say is being caused by the government shutdown. They have not received a full paycheck in weeks, and some airports have been forced into lengthy delays due to air traffic controller shortages. We don't yet know which locations will see the reduction in capacity. That is expected to come out sometime tomorrow.
Wednesday, November 5th, hundreds of millions of dollars go missing again in California. Emergency broadcast channel on Telegram. Records are requested from California Democrats on where the money went. You'll never guess what happens next. They refuse. Hundreds of millions of dollars of our public pensions have gone missing. The state took $468 million from California cops, firefighters, teachers, and handed it to a secret green energy fund. On March 31st of this year, it was found that this fund is now worth $138 million. Play that back. $468 million now worth $138 million. 71% of that money is gone. When reporters asked CalPERS which companies failed, CalPERS said that's a trade secret. Translation is, we lost your money and you're not allowed to know how. Meanwhile, Wall Street walked away with $22 million in fees. Every dollar missing from that fund, we are now going to have to cover in higher taxes. Bottom line, your taxes aren't helping pensions. Your taxes are funding all of the money CalPERS has gambled away. And you know who has gone questionably silent? Oh yeah, our Governor Gavin Newsom. This is the person that you trust with this whole redistricting scheme that's going to cut counties like Fresno County into 6 different districts. That is nothing but a partisan power grab, where small cities are split up into 3 districts. For why? This is nothing but a microcosm of the corruption that is rife within our Democratic-led government. Wednesday, November 5th, Hillary Clinton, John Podesta, the Clinton Foundation, and Uranium One. Is Hillary Clinton the most corrupt politician in U.S. history since Lyndon B. Johnson? 20% of U.S. uranium went to the Russians. $145 million to the Clinton Foundation. $35 million to John Podesta. A U.S. interagency committee, including the State Department, in which Hillary Clinton was the head of, approved Rosatom's 2010 acquisition of Uranium One, a Canadian firm with U.S. mining rights. John Podesta was on the board of a company called Joule Unlimited, who held some of the rights, in which he received a total of $33 million from the deal. The Clinton Foundation received $145 million from Uranium One investors like Frank Gustra, who also just happens to sit on the board of the Clinton Foundation and runs the Radcliffe Foundation, which donates large amounts to the Clinton Initiative and other charities. Frank Gustra is also the founder of Lionsgate Entertainment, a major film production studio in Hollywood, and has extensive ties to third world countries, Haiti, etc., through not only the Radcliffe Foundation and the Clinton Foundation, but an organization called the Alpida Project. The Alpida Project, which funds and facilitates mass migration in Europe, also has connections to foster children from all over the world, and just happens to use an almost exact match to an FBI-confirmed pedo symbol for their organization's official logo. Bill Clinton and Frank Gustra are known to be good friends, not only working together in each other's projects and foundations, but flying all over the world while Hillary was in office, selling access to the administration through pay-to-play politics and the Clinton Foundation. This is how the money was moved. You want access, you make a charitable donation. This is just one way and layer to how they make and move their money. These people are all connected. They all benefit from their dealings, not you, not America themselves. A massive network of dark money through money laundering, pay-to-play politics, child trafficking, drug trafficking, and you ain't in it. You don't want to be either. Do the Clintons, especially Hillary Clinton, take the title of being the most corrupt politicians in history? Here is Patriot Street Fighter, and I believe he's on Rumble, probably YouTube as well, talking about Uranium One and the 16-year plan and how HRC was going to use Uranium One and what they did with it to bring about the 16-year plan, this nuclear war that was supposed to take place.
What happened was the military intelligence intercepted a 16-year plan by the cabal to take down the United States. 8 years of Obama and then 8 years of Hillary Clinton to finish us off. Obama took us to the brink. We were basically over the edge. Hillary was mop-up operations. And I'm going to get down through some of the timeline of events that you're aware of that I can tie into this so you can understand. You've seen it unfold. You just didn't know what it meant until tonight. At any point, when Hillary Clinton was going to come into power, the NSA unrigged the election. It was already rigged for Hillary Clinton to win. She was mop-up operations. During the time of her running the State Department, you know about Uranium One. Uranium One was a scandal where the State Department under Hillary Clinton, Vladimir Putin, which is bullshit, he's not our enemy. In any case, they sold this uranium to Vladimir Putin. The purpose for selling him that uranium was they skimmed the uranium off the top of that stockpile. If you ever seen the movie The Sum of All Fears with Ben Affleck, Morgan Freeman, you'll understand this. If you haven't, go watch it and you'll get it. They skimmed uranium off of that stockpile before they sold it to him. They flew 3 planes to North Korea, Iran, and Syria, where the CIA, the rogue CIA, responsible for all the wars and all the regime changes around the world, they built nuclear weapons. Under Hillary's tenure, they were going to launch a nuclear weapon on U.S. soil, and they were going to trace the signature back to the Vladimir Putin stockpile, blame him, launch a thermonuclear retaliatory strike on Moscow, and kick the whole thing off. That was going to be their whole thin the herd on the planet. Now, military intelligence stopped that. Of course, they approached Donald Trump. They knew he couldn't be bought. They knew he had his own money. They knew he was a patriot. And they needed, for the first time, they needed to have the power of the executive branch to take this down a final step to launch a massive attack on the deep state power structure and bring the whole thing down once and for all. Save the country, save the world.
Monday, October 27th, Speaker Mike Johnson just confirmed what every American already felt in their gut. The government shutdown wasn't chaos, it was strategy. Democrats met behind closed doors and chose pain. They weaponized suffering to empower Marxist extremists and cripple the nation from within. Behind the speeches and sound bites, a deal was struck in silence. Schumer and his operatives decided that hurting Americans was the most effective political weapon they had left. They didn't miscalculate, they planned it. Johnson revealed the words that echo like confession. They sat in a back room and made the calculation they'd rather shut the government down and impose pain on the American people. That is not leadership, that is treason masked as politics. According to Johnson, this entire operation was built on a simple lie, that the radicals matter more than the workers who built this country. The Marxists, the far left, and the base are more active than hardworking Americans. That single admission reveals everything. The Democratic Party no longer serves the people, it serves a revolution, one that thrives on crisis and grows through destruction, leveraged through suffering, the core of the Marxist playbook. A leaked quote from their own operatives says it all. Every day gets better for us. We'll use the pain for leverage. This is not governance. It is a psychological warfare. And the lie goes deeper. The funding resolution Democrats blocked was a clean CR, the same budget they already voted for months ago. Nothing changed except their agenda. If it wasn't about money, then what was it about? Control? The chaos is deliberate, the suffering is tactical. While they pretend to fight for the poor, they are crushing the system to force obedience. A nation exhausted, divided, and broke is easier to control than a free one. The fallout is real. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers are going unpaid. SNAP benefits are frozen for 1 in 8 Americans. Air traffic systems are collapsing under staffing shortages. Morale across the country sinking as inflation rises and security fades. This isn't mismanagement, it's method, a government held hostage from within, the kind of internal sabotage that precedes collapse. And yet, through all the noise, one figure still stands between the people and the abyss. Donald J. Trump. No backroom betrayal, no deals with radicals, just direction, clarity, and resolve. While others sell the country for political gain, he holds the line for those who still believe in law, order, and America itself. This is not a partisan fight anymore. It's a survival test. The enemy is not across the ocean, it is inside the chamber. These are not mistakes of policy, they are acts of intent. The suffering of a nation turned into currency for a political cult that feeds on division. We're under attack from within. They are not incompetent. They are malicious. The hour is late. The patriots, the workers, the defenders of truth, all must stand, because the ballot box may be our last weapon before the storm moves beyond control. This is not about left or right anymore. It's about light and dark. And now the mask has fallen.
They had one job. Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. A Thursday, November 7, 2025. Trump's final warning to Democrats: terminate the filibuster, or lose the Republic. Gitmo TV on Telegram. The night of Wednesday, 6th of November, 2025, President Trump's ultimatum echoed through Washington like the final bell before a storm. For 3 years the government has stood frozen, no laws passed, no borders secured, no justice served, only endless political theater while America bleeds. Now Trump has drawn the red line. Terminate the filibuster now, he wrote, or hand our nation to the radical left. This isn't a request, it's an order from the man who built the movement that changed history. Trump's words carry the weight of urgency and prophecy. He knows the game is rigged through endless obstruction, the filibuster being the weapon Democrats have used to crush every America First policy. Without ending it, the GOP will walk into the 2028 elections in chains, unable to act, while the radical left continues to rewrite the laws, the culture, and the Constitution itself. Behind Trump's fury lies strategy. He exposed the exact plan of the enemy: to pack the Supreme Court, add new states, create 4 new Democrat senators, and secure power forever. If the GOP hesitates again, this will be the last free election America ever sees. Trump reminded everyone that Democrats already tried to end the filibuster once, and next time, they won't ask. The time for polite politics is over. What he's offering isn't negotiation, it's dominance. End the shutdown, erase the obstacles, and pass every policy that was promised to the American people. Strong borders, fair elections, protection of women's sports, tax and energy reform, the full defense of the Second Amendment, everything the left fought to block will pass in a single wave. We will be the party that cannot be beaten, Trump declared, the smart party. The choice is no longer political. It's existential. Either the Republicans find their courage and break the chain, or the chain will break the Republic. History will remember what happens next, the event. Be possible timing. The event will be global and irreversible. Monday, November 3, 2025. Global ignition phase. QFS nodes were stabilizing under gold-backed parity while Starlink began aligning communication grids for full system override. EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, PREPS. Trump oversees from Mar-a-Lago War Room. Military begins to escort Tier 4B holders to centers. Friday, November 7, 2025, Communication Blackout. 10 Days of Darkness Protocol activates. All media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. Evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the Fiat empire. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe and the United States. Central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. On Monday, 10th of November, Tier 4B notified of how to schedule exchange/redemption appointments. Sunday, 16th of November, 2025, when the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth, and guided by divine law. On Monday, November 17, 2025, end of 10 Days of Darkness. Jazara Core Pillars, the Red Pill Blueprint Q Drop 4414, the storm is upon us. Jazara activates in phases. 209 nations signed Paris Accord trap, now flip to freedom. 1. Debt Jubilee, all debts wiped. Mortgages, loans, credit cards, zeroed. IRS abolished. Taxes. Only sales on new items. No income theft. 3. QFS activation, unhackable quantum servers. Cheyenne Mountain, Reno, Texas hubs. Biometric access. Your account preloaded with redemption funds. 4. Nizar Fusion, America leads. Forgives farm debts. Restores Constitution. Ends Fed stranglehold. Trump's kill command, implementation locked. Monday, November 3, 2025, EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, PREPS. Trump oversees from Mar-a-Lago War Room. Military escorts ZIM/Tier 4B holders to centers. Redemption Protocol, ZIM bonds, $100 trillion caps redeem at $125 plus per holder. Funds humanitarian projects, no speculation. Tier 1 to 3, banks/gobs paid out October. Tier 4A/B, Internet Group, notified 72 hours post EBS. 800 hash releases, call, schedule. NDA ironclad. 21 days to redeem. Suppress tech drops, medbeds rollout. Replicators and scarcity. Free energy crushes oil cabals. Cabal takedown, vaults rated Q drop 34, Castle Rock. White Hat storm, Vatican, $34 trillion seized. London, $500 trillion, Pentagon, $2 lakh. 80% dark funds redirected to We the People. Gitmo overflows, 500K plus indictments. Execution silent. Clones glitch out. BRICS rebellion, Russia/China Goldstandard. Iraq dinar RV at $3.71 plus. No more IMF slavery. Inflation apocalypse reversed food/fuel prices crash post RV. Abundance floods. Middle class. Trillions injected. Elite hordes redistributed. Political purge, election fraud exposed. 2020 stolen, reversed. Trump reinstated. Q says, the best is yet to come. Surveillance smash, no more digital chains. QFS tracks every transaction, but only cabal theft. Privacy for patriots. CBDC. Deep state trap, rejected. Stay frosty. Monitor calms. Redemption imminent. Eyes wide. Share this dossier. The golden age dawns now. Storm unleashed. Victory is ours. D. What we think we know. As of Friday, November 7, 2025, on Monday, November 3, 2025, and as Q drop 4414 said, the storm is upon us. Jazara began activating in phases for the 209 nations which signed the Paris Accord trap and were now flipped to freedom. And a debt jubilee where all debts were wiped, mortgages, loans and credit cards zeroed out. In the US the IRS would be abolished, with no tax on income and taxes on the sale of new items only. On Friday, November 7, 2025, the Global Military Alliance would take over the major fake news media while making mass arrests around the world. 10 days of communication darkness would follow, with documentaries shown about the fall of the cabal over the new Starlink satellite system on TV, phones and computers. All would end on Sunday, 16th of November, 2025 evening. We would awake Monday morning, November 17, 2025, to a whole new world, politics, health, education and money system of the global currency reset. Global currency reset, warning. Without my permission someone, or ones, have put up over 80 platforms on Telegram under my picture and name of Judy Byington. I do not have a Telegram platform. I do not set up quantum financial accounts. On Saturday 13th of September, 2025, in that Byington platform chat 6226, it said that I was offering to set up quantum financial accounts for people. This is a scam, likely by the deep state cabal to confiscate your money. Warning. On Telegram there are several sites that advertise you can get a quantum account with money in it if you pay them so much dollar. I was told over $2,000, that is a complete scam. Don't do it. As I understand it, quantum financial accounts will be set up for you for free when you go to your appointment at an official redemption center, notification of which will be sent to everyone after the EBS goes off. If you are a victim of the TRB Trump products scam or any scam on Telegram, I recommend you document and notarize your experience, including your contact information, retain a copy and then send the original by regular mail to Alan Garten, General Counsel to the Trump Organization, The Trump Organization, 725 Fifth Avenue, 26th FL, New York, New York, United States. Judy note, it is my personal opinion, and I could easily be wrong, that when we hear the EBS go off with the sound of 7 trumpets, we can soon expect to receive several messages on our cell phones generated from the new Starlink satellite system. One of those messages should contain information about how to gain a redemption center appointment. Those who don't have foreign currency to exchange will use their appointment to set themselves up for banking. Thursday, November 6, 2025. Gentle reporting window is anytime now till the 13th. Best possibly case that they could send out notifications tonight. They are putting military in place to ensure safety. Thursday, November 6, 2025. TNT, IMF says 99% will happen Friday, November 7, 2025. Thursday, November 6, 2025. Bruce the Big Call. A couple of sources said Friday 7th of November was in play for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, notification. One said that twos. WED. 11 to 12 November was also a possibility. Others said we could get notification over the weekend. Redemption centers will have better rates than the bank, and you cannot redeem ZIM at a bank. Two separate sources said President Trump will make an announcement on Thanksgiving Day about the QFS and we're on asset-backed USN currency. Doge payments of $200,000 to $495,000, based on your age, will kick in when we start exchanges. They go to citizens as direct deposits. R&R should come out 1 to 2 days before Thanksgiving as direct deposit. F Global Financial System, Thursday, November 6, 2025. QFS features and functions. There is no legal payment in QFS. Banks have no control anymore. Banks are already obsolete. QFS ends corruption, bribery, cryptocurrency, GPS and manipulation in the banking system and the central banking system. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Thursday, November 6, 2025. Marks, Alex Jones reported that China will not longer send silver to London. This means when the London market runs out of silver, their toast and silver shoots up. Restored Republic. Thursday, November 6, 2025. Scott Brunswick. Gitmo is overflowing. New high-security facilities in northern Canada, Greenland, and remote island zones are being outfitted with electromagnetic shielding and drone exclusion perimeters. Many detainees are now held in underground transit hubs beneath major bases, where they undergo financial and intelligence debriefs. The data from these interrogations, banking trails, asset maps, global networks, is being compiled by quantum forensic systems to feed upcoming tribunal sessions. Meanwhile, the quantum financial system is advancing in stealth. In Singapore and Tokyo, hidden banking nodes are now live, mirroring transactional flows through encrypted microtests. Each network interruption on legacy systems signals another handover to QFS control. Gold reserves are being relocated under armed escort through remote routes, while dormant vaults tied to the old monetary cabal are being drained. The slow technical outages seen in central banks are not errors, they are controlled disconnections. The current government is not reopening. What's coming next is something entirely new, the New Republic. This isn't just a political shift, it's a foundational transformation. The old system has run its course, and the structures built on corruption, deception, and control are being dismantled piece by piece. When the New Republic emerges, it will operate under truth, transparency, and constitutional law for the people, by the people. Thursday, November 6, 2025, India's digital ID system has become a warning to the world. Over 1 billion people were forced into a biometric program that linked food, healthcare, and pensions to one ID. With devastating results. Hackers stole identities, families starved, and the elderly lost their benefits. Thursday, November 6, 2025, President Trump had a message for Nancy Pelosi following her retirement announcement. Great thing for America. She was evil, corrupt, and focused on bad things for our country. I'm honored she impeached me twice and failed twice. Thursday, November 6, 2025. Nonprofits plot to instruct non-citizens how to vote for Mamdani uncovered. Thursday, November 6, 2025, Tor says show, never-ending story of Obama. Speaking of liberty, now that we were a couple of days away from another election, pieces of truth about voter fraud to maintain that liberty were beginning to show up, that had yet to make the mainstream media. Why? All the MSM bragged about was how Democrats swept states like New York and, shocker of all shocks, elected a socialist as mayor of New York. But, maybe not. Today, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard exposed a massive Chinese Communist Party plot that rigged the New York City mayoral race. Media Greer of the America Media Group put it this way: Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard announced the discovery of a sophisticated Chinese communist operation designed to rig the New York City mayoral election. Gabbard, appointed by Trump for her fierce independence and anti-establishment stance, detailed how the Chinese government infiltrated the DS-200 ballot scanner systems manufactured by Election Systems and Software, S&S. These scanners, deployed across NYC to alter ballot scans, votes cast for other candidates were systematically flipped to favor Zohran Mamdani, a far-left contender, in a blatant attempt to subvert the will of the people and install a puppet sympathetic to Beijing's interests. Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025, New York. Breaking: DNI Tulsi Gabbard exposes massive Chinese communist plot to rig the NYC mayoral election in favor of Mamdani Wed. November 5, 2025, New York. Breaking overnight intel drop: deep state panic, NYC falls to socialists, Trump slashes $600 million. From deficit, FBI files burned, Supreme Court showdown begins. Then there's good old California, where Fox News did report that Trump's press secretary confirmed that the president knew about the corruption in California. Trump said, "There is blatant fraud with their mail-in voting system. Fraudulent ballots are being mailed in under the names of other people and illegal aliens. There are countless examples. It's huge." Trump also weighed in on the redistricting vote in California. "The unconstitutional redistricting vote in California is a giant scam in that the entire process, in particular the voting itself, is rigged. All mail-in ballots, where the Republicans in that state are shut out, is under very serious legal and criminal review. Stay tuned. A few other tidbits are surfacing, like in Chester County, Pennsylvania, that has been accused of blatant election malfeasance after accidentally not including 75,000 voters on their polling books, resulting in voters actually being turned away. Voter fraud in the U.S. has been rampant for at least the last decade, although because of the complacency of the fake news, no one knew it. The fall of our so-called free system was especially blatant in the 2020 election. The below article was written 5 years ago. Some said I was nuts. I don't think I am. Maybe these below events actually did happen. Just maybe. 2s. December 1, 2020, Obama, Biden. CIA Director Gina Haspel evidently arrested for espionage, voter fraud. Evidently Barack Obama has been arrested in Hawaii and charged with espionage, according to an announcement by Assistant Attorney General for National Security, John C. Demers, on Saturday, 28th of November. That same day, Obama's former VP Joe Biden began wearing a boot that could hide an ankle bracelet, although he claimed the boot was due to an ankle injury. 2 weeks ago, CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained on charges of election fraud, and said to be spilling the beans on Obama and Biden. Biden and Haspel were suspected of colluding with foreign powers, including the Chinese Communist Party, plus promoting the use of election fraud, to put the socialist-leaning and compromised Biden/Harris ticket in power, overtake the U.S. government, and establish a new world order. Obama's complaint alleged that the former U.S. president compromised U.S. security by conspiring with a business partner and former CIA agent to give U.S. government classified information to high-up Chinese intelligence officials in the People's Republic of China, PRC. Biden was reported to be under house arrest for compromising U.S. security by conspiring with a foreign power to interfere with a U.S. election. Although, Biden was quite upfront about his voter fraud on national TV, saying right before the election that he had compiled the most extensive voter fraud organization in the history of politics. Biden's son Hunter's laptop was said to contain evidence that Biden was compromised, having accepted millions of dollars from China, the Ukraine and other countries during his years in public office, including his 8 years of serving as vice president of the U.S. A Sunday, 22nd of November. Reports showed Joe Biden stole $140 million from U.S. Treasury and transferred it to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. Report shows Joe Biden stole $140 million from U.S. federal Treasury and transferred the dollar to Rosemont Seneca, purportedly for bank bailouts, and then to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. Months before the election, the Ukraine had issued a warrant on Biden for his dealings there, news which, like everything else connected to the Democrat cabal, never made it to the left-wing mass media headlines. Haspel's, Obama's and Biden's alleged arrests were said connected to an extensive investigation of massive voter fraud issues centering around Dominion Company servers and the 2020 presidential election that Biden claimed To have one. On 7th of November, 2020, the Saturday after elections, CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained for election fraud. She was injured by U.S. Spec Ops forces that raided a Frankfurt, Germany CIA server farm site. Unfortunately, 5 U.S. soldiers and one of the CIA mercenaries were killed in the firefight. Haspel, evidently in Frankfurt to protect server data that would incriminate deep state leaders such as Obama and Biden, was said to be cooperating to lessen her own sentence and revealing information about an extensive voter fraud scam perpetrated by Democrats in the 2020 election. The military raid captured Dominion voting servers, which were found to have swung votes from Trump to Biden from their locations in Germany, Canada, and Spain. Simultaneous raids took place in Toronto, Dominion voting system headquarters, and Barcelona, Spain, another CIA site server farm used in the election vote switching fraud. Although you would never hear about it in today's mass media, the connections were obviously there. George Soros was head of the board of directors for Dominion. Since the November 3rd election, a boatload of evidence has come forth around George Soros-owned, CIA-developed Dominion voting machines that tabulated the U.S. election results. The tabulation was done on easily compromised servers in Germany, Canada and Spain, which were hooked up to the internet. The Dominion programs were said to be designed to throw millions of Trump votes to Biden. In 2002 to 2004, a Hammer supercomputer scorecard app vote switching algorithm software on Dominion machines was borrowed from the CIA to be used in Venezuela and developed Smartmatic vote switching software by dictator Hugo Chavez and Venezuelan military officers in order to rig elections. On Saturday morning, 28th of November, Obama's criminal complaint was unsealed by Demers, U.S. Attorney for the District of Hawaii Kenji M. Price, Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterintelligence Division Alan E. Kohler Jr., and Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Honolulu Field Office Elias Miranda. A judge has imposed a media blackout in the U.S. on news about the arrest, but Canadian outlets like Conservative Beaver and a couple of Spanish speaking newspapers were not subject to those rules and have reported on the high-profile arrest. Under direction of General Michael Flynn, mass arrests were continuing on over 209,000 sealed indictments filed in federal courts across the nation since President Trump took office. On Wednesday, 25th of November, Flynn began executing high-level arrests overseas and was presently after pedophiles in the Netherlands, the New World Order and Council of Foreign Relations headquarters, where recently, a lot of planes have mysteriously crashed. Henry Kissinger and others have been ousted from the Council of Foreign Relations. Military rendition flights were all over the U.S. It was said that hundreds of treasonous actors were being extracted, put onto flights and interrogated until they turned, with an emphasis on finding evidence of voter fraud. These military flights were increasing in preparation for potential Antifa violence and RV release security. For years, Democratic Party and some Republican political elites apparently have been working in cooperation with the Chinese and other communist parties to overthrow the U.S. government and set up a new world order. Trump and the White Hats of the alliance set up the 2020 presidential election as a sting to catch these bad guys in treason, with intelligence gathered by the Kraken. The Kraken was the nickname of the 305th Battalion Military Intelligence Corps located at Fort Huachuca, Oz. It provided electronic warfare and signals intelligence, SIGINT. The 305th, consisting of 6 companies, HHC, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. On Wednesday morning, 4th of November, right after the election, the Department of Defense, 305th Battalion and NSA began recording real-time fraud evidence of vote switching from all 6 battleground states, GA, PA, ME, Y, Oz, NV, in a blockchain tech ledger that was unhackable and undeletable. This real-time digital evidence would now be used to prosecute all deep staters involved in election and voter fraud, including Obama, Biden, and Haspel. Page 9 of Sidney Powell's federal lawsuits filed in Georgia and Michigan. Midnight Wednesday, 25th of November, 2020. The Dominion software was accessed by agents acting on behalf of China and Iran in order to monitor and manipulate elections, including the most recent U.S. general election in 2020. On Tuesday, 1st of November, Lieutenant General McInerney tweeted, "It is treason. They are trying to overturn this government. A possible timing, the Golden Age ignition, stand by for transmission, Julian Assange." The countdown to Friday, November 7, 2025 has begun. The blackout will not bring fear, it will bring freedom. The golden age starts the moment the lights go out. The detonation sequence from November 3rd has triggered the global ignition phase. QFS nodes are stabilizing under gold-backed parity while Starlink begins aligning communication grids for full system override. The old world is running on borrowed seconds. Classified military bulletins confirm that the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate on November 7th. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. The purpose is not suppression. It is revelation. For the first time in modern history, humanity will witness uncensored truth broadcasts, evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe and the United States. Central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, November 4, 2025, Code Red, Fed injects $37 billion in days, biggest money printing event since 2020, crypto about to explode. Wednesday 5th of November, 2025, Quantum Financial System fully activated November 2, 2025, QFS, the unbreachable Patriot Fortress obliterating cabal fiat chains forever. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Patriots, drop everything. The quantum financial system, QFS, is no longer a whisper, it's the roaring engine of global liberation, live and devouring deep state control grids right now. Fused with Elon code and GCR/RV blasts, QFS is the white hat's quantum hammer smashing centuries of financial enslavement. QFS exposed, quantum tech that ends the Fed's reign of terror built on Starlink's orbital quantum network. QFS operates beyond corrupt banks, using AI supercomputers and unbreakable encryption to track every stolen dollar since Jekyll Island. Quantum ledgers, every transaction etched in eternal code. No fakes. No inflation scams. Gold-backed core, trillions in reclaimed assets, gold, silver, resources, backing your wealth. Fiat dies screaming. Satellite dominion, Musk's SOTs override SWIFT, IRS, and globalist chokeholds. Funds teleport globally in nanoseconds. Elon code plugs you in, biometrics unlock your QFS account, pulling RV revals, GCR transfers, and restitution waves straight to your ledger. QFS weapons deployed against the swamp, theft reversal, scans your life for sabotage, overcharges, debt traps, suppressed credits. Calculates reparations to the penny, student loans erased, taxes refunded with interest. RV/GCR fusion, dinar/dong/zim explode in QFS vaults. Your holdings multiply. $1,000 becomes $1M plus in quantum credits. First QFS warriors confirm, accounts swelling with quantum patriot credits. Redeem for cash, metals, or crypto. Seizure proof. How QFS shields and empowers you. Quantum entanglement detects interference. Cabal hacks trigger instant lockdowns on their assets. White Hat Guardians monitor from bunkers. Nizara/Jazara protocols embedded. Humanitarian funds flood communities. Starving elite wars. This isn't a system. It's divine justice coded in Lightspeed Tech. Activation alert, your QFS portal awaits invites hitting hard. QFS quantum access granted. Verify now. Face/voice scan. Damage file upload. Tier lock, millionaire boosts for verified victims. No invite. QFS AI sweeps are hunting, your red-pilled footprint flags you for auto-enrollment. The cabal's doomsday, QFS is their extinction event they hoarded while you starved. QFS reclaims it all, rerouting to patriots who held the line. Irreversible. Unstoppable. Biblical. QFS plus Elon code equals your empire reborn. Patriots, enter the quantum age. The financial apocalypse favors the awake restored republic. Wednesday 5th of November. 2025 Global Military Escalation, Gitmo at full capacity as Trump prepares emergency broadcast and activates the Quantum Command Network, the White House on Telegram. Across continents, covert military and intelligence cells are dismantling the last pillars of global control. In Europe, joint raids have struck data centers in Frankfurt, Vienna, and Zurich, sites long used to store elite digital vaults and off-ledger accounts. Servers, routers, and cryptographic keys are being seized in silence. No headlines, no photos, just empty rooms by morning. In Africa, alliance-backed proxy units are isolating mineral network hubs in Cameroon and the DRC. Cobalt, lithium, and rare earth routes once controlled by globalist financiers are being cut and redirected to sovereign oversight. In the Pacific, marine task forces are intercepting deep-sea corridors once used by black ships carrying contraband and intelligence cargo. 2 vessels near the Philippines were neutralized in recent nights and redirected to secure bays in Guam. And Diego Garcia. Meanwhile, the quantum financial system is advancing in stealth. In Singapore and Tokyo, hidden banking nodes are now live, mirroring transactional flows through encrypted microtests. Each network interruption on legacy systems signals another handover to QFS control. Gold reserves are being relocated under armed escort through remote routes, while dormant vaults tied to the old monetary cabal are being drained. The slow technical outages seen in central banks are not errors, they are controlled disconnections. At the borders, tactical operations continue. In Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico, mixed units of federal and military agents are neutralizing infiltration corridors. Ground radar exposes ancient tunnels once used for trafficking and covert transfers. Micro-implosive charges collapse them. Internally, concealing the mission from public view. Cartel remnants are being encircled, some captured alive, others eliminated. It isn't open war, but a silent one fought in the shadows. Gitmo is overflowing. New high-security facilities in northern Canada, Greenland, and remote island zones are being outfitted with electromagnetic shielding and drone exclusion perimeters. Many detainees are now held in underground transit hubs beneath major bases, where they undergo financial and intelligence debriefs. The data from these interrogations, banking trails, asset maps, global networks, is being compiled by quantum forensic systems to feed upcoming tribunal sessions. The emergency broadcast system is in continuous rehearsal. Satellite relays, ground loops, and encrypted handshake protocols are tested daily. Brief blackouts and flickers across local grids are not random, they're dry runs. These tests ensure signal synchronization across continents when the activation order arrives. Mesh networks and backup satellites are being aligned for communication redundancy, with encrypted off-grid channels already active. Deep state remnants are fighting back through sabotage and cyber warfare. In South Asia, a major media conglomerate's servers were wiped clean after decades of political blackmail. In Latin America, a biotech lab linked to epigenetic manipulation burned after drone intervention. Its data already seized. Across Europe, procurement offices tied to surveillance contracts have been infiltrated and fed false directives to collapse their coordination. What's delaying the full reveal is precision. EBS synchronization must reach perfect alignment, cartel pockets in Central Asia and South America must be sealed, and tribunal infrastructure, legal, technical, and digital, must be verified for public broadcast. The alliance cannot afford leaks or timing errors. Everything is in motion. Financial grids, border control, detainee logistics, and global communications have reached final convergence. The public still sees COM, but behind that COM is the largest coordinated operation in modern history. G2's November 4, 2025 classified dossier, Gitmo expansion. 2 new underground wings live. Elite tribunals accelerate. Executions underway. Deep state panic as white hats seize the night. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is here. Gitmo isn't a vacation spot, it's the blade dropping on the cabal's neck. 2 massive underground wings opened October 28, 2025, straight from Trump's Iron Command. High security vaults, quantum locked cells, zero-point interrogation grids. No escapes. No mercy. Thousands of new guests inbound, CEOs, senators, Hollywood puppets, Vatican money launderers. They're clones. Already glitching on your screens. Military tribunals aren't rumors, they're raging. Law of War Manual in full force. Continuity of government overrides the swamp courts. Over 1,700 private jets seized since July. Flight logs spill the poison. November surge, 300+ indictments unsealed under seal. Treason. Sedition, crimes against humanity. Nuremberg 2.0. Executions silent but stacking. Insiders whisper 47 since September. No appeals. No media leaks. Jazara backbone locked, 85% global QFS tie-in. Banks crumbling, Australia, algorithms firing. Your stolen wealth. Quantum cards testing now. Trump's the only commander. Biden's ghost regime. Nullified. 2021 to 2024 Rio shredded. White House ballroom counter sigil pulses, DC grid dead. Vatican banks choked. Brussels backups raided. London triad fracturing. Feel the quake. Wildlife fleeing Gitmo perimeter. Frequencies spiking. Remote viewers confirm, or a shift massive. Cabal spells shattered. Their 2030 cage, digital IDs, 5G mind traps, graphene poison, obliterated. Schiff, Pelosi doubles, Obama serpents, tagged for transport. Mayorkas treason flood. Next docket. James election witch hunt. Disbarments too soft, Gitmo gallows. Besighe's Uganda echo. Global sink, political prisoners worldwide rising. The fertilizer machines hum. Wings fill with screams. The president commands. Justice drops like thunder. This is the Great Awakening, truth bombs detonating now. Wednesday 5th of November. 2025 alert, systems reawakening under quantum control. Nizar and Jazara QFS, Julian Assange. Banking access remains unstable in key regions. Several major institutions report temporary database realignment, but the truth is clear. The legacy fiat servers have been absorbed. Every transaction now passes through gold-backed quantum nodes monitored by military-grade encryption. The illusion of control is gone. Reports from internal sources confirm that off-ledger accounts, shell corporations, and dormant cabal assets are being purged automatically. Each line of corrupted code is being deleted as the new system recalibrates in real time. The wealth of the world is being reweighted toward transparency. Satellite activity has intensified. Starlink grids are transmitting encrypted data bursts every 15 minutes, rerouting global communication through the quantum backbone. These are not tests. They are confirmations that the next phase, the 10 days of darkness, is imminent. Government servers across multiple continents have entered silent standby. Ministries, treasuries, and financial departments are offline under classified directives. The old world's command systems are frozen. While the new operating core comes online quietly, flawlessly, and beyond their reach. Stay calm. Watch closely. Every flicker, every delay, every reset is evidence that the control grid has changed hands. The silence has served its purpose. The network is awake. Wednesday 5th of November. 2025 FBI surround cartels 24 hours open air drug market. Poisoning Philadelphia neighborhood, 29 arrested wed. November 5, 2025, Operation Coast to Coast. FBI and ICE expose a Chinese trafficking empire worth millions. November 5, 2025, FBI and ICE arrest 5,000 in Chicago raid on Sinaloa and CJNG, 4 tons of fentanyl seized. Wednesday 5th of November, 2025 presenting to you the 2025 Democrat of the Year, Ian Roberts, Superintendent of Iowa's largest school district. Illegal alien. Fake college degree. Fake SS card. Fake driver's license. Illegally voted. Illegal possession of firearms. $350K/Y paid by taxpayers. Twos. November 4, 2025, just now, Intel dossier. November 4, 2025, Trump's final warning to the GOP, terminate the filibuster now. Twos. November 4, 2025, just in, the 14th block, Senate Democrats refuse for the 14th time to reopen government, shutdown used to rig elections. I've directed them to help taxpayers save money, by assisting ICE in rounding up criminal illegal aliens for deportation. Wednesday 5th of November. 2025 Speaker Johnson is livid after discovering Democrats have filed a lawsuit against the USDA for trying to find out how many illegal immigrants are receiving welfare benefits. They actually sued the Department of Agriculture for simply asking how many illegals are enrolled in welfare programs across states like California and New York. They sued them. Can you believe that? We're working to make government more transparent and efficient for the American people, yet Democrats keep blocking us with political stunts. No wonder Americans are frustrated. Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025, Florida, DEA, FBI and ICE raid drug cartel in Florida, 51 dirty officers exposed, $21 million seized. Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025, to five brothers, 5 countries, $500 billion. The Rothschild strategy that lasted 210 years. Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025, how Wall Street built the Nazi war machine. November 5th, 2025, the opium fortunes, how America's elite families got rich selling drugs to China. And $35 million to John Podesta. U.S. Interagency Committee, including the State Department, in which Hillary Clinton was the head of, approved Rosatom's 2010 acquisition of Uranium One, a Canadian firm with U.S. mining rights. John Podesta was on the board of a company called Julon Limited, who held some of the rights, in which he received a total of $33 million from the deal. The Clinton Foundation received $145 million from Uranium One investors like Frank Giustra, who also just happens to sit on the board of the Clinton Foundation and runs the Radcliffe Foundation, which donates large amounts to the Clinton Initiative and other charities. Frank Giustra is also the founder of Lionsgate Entertainment, a major film production studio in Hollywood, and has extensive ties to third world countries, Haiti, etc., through not only the Radcliffe Foundation and the Clinton Foundation, but an organization called the Alpida Project. The Alpida Project, which funds and facilitates mass migration in Europe, also has connections to foster children from all over the world and just happens to use an almost exact match to an FBI-confirmed pedo symbol for their organization's official logo. Bill Clinton and Frank Giustra are known to be good friends and not only working together in each other's projects and foundations, but flying all over the world while Hillary was in office selling access to the administration through pay-to-play politics and the Clinton Foundation. This is how the money was moved. You want access, you make a charitable donation. This is just one way and layer to how they make and move their money. These people are all connected. You don't want to be either. Do the Clintons, especially Hillary Clinton, take the title of being the most corrupt politicians in history? Monday, October 27, 2025, Fox News, Speaker Mike Johnson just confirmed what every American already felt in their gut: the government shutdown wasn't chaos. It was strategy. Democrats met behind closed doors and chose pain. They weaponized suffering to empower Marxist extremists and cripple the nation from within. Behind the speeches and sound bites, a deal was struck in silence. Schumer and his operatives decided that hurting Americans was the most effective political weapon they had left. They didn't miscalculate. They planned it. Johnson revealed the words that echo like confession. They sat in a back room and made the calculation they'd rather shut the government down and impose pain on the American people. That is not leadership. That is treason masked as politics. According to Johnson, this entire operation was built on a simple lie, that the radicals matter more than the workers who built this country. The Marxists, the far left and the base are more active than hard-working Americans. That single admission reveals everything. The Democratic Party no longer serves the people. It serves a revolution. One that thrives on crisis and grows through destruction. Leverage through suffering, the core of the Marxist playbook. A leaked quote from their own operative says it all: every day gets better for us. We'll use the pain for leverage. This is not governance. It is psychological warfare. And the lie goes deeper. The funding resolution Democrats blocked was a clean CR, the same budget they already voted for months ago. Nothing changed except their agenda. If it wasn't about money, then what was it about? Control. The chaos is deliberate. The suffering is tactical. While they pretend to fight for the poor, they are crushing the system to force obedience. A nation exhausted, divided, and broke is easier to control than a free one. The fallout is real. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers are going unpaid. SNAP benefits are frozen for 1 in 8 Americans. Air traffic systems are collapsing under staffing shortages. Morale across the country is sinking as inflation rises and security fades. This isn't mismanagement. It's method. A government held hostage from within. The kind of internal sabotage that precedes collapse. And yet through all the noise, one figure still stands between the people and the abyss. Donald J. Trump. No backroom betrayal. No deals with radicals. Just direction, clarity, and resolve. While others sell the country for political gain, he holds the line for those who still believe in law, order, and America itself. This is not a partisan fight anymore. It's a survival test. The enemy is not across the ocean. It is inside the chamber. These are not mistakes of policy. They are acts of intent. The suffering of a nation turned into currency for a political cult that feeds on division. We are under attack from within. They are not incompetent. They are malicious. And the hour is late. The patriots, the workers, the defenders of truth, all must stand. Because the ballot box may be our last weapon before the storm moves beyond control. This is not about left or right anymore. It's about light and dark. And now the mask has fallen.
Hello, everyone. This is Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Special guest tonight, Louis Herms, next governor of California. And we're hoping so because California needs help. But Louis, you were saying that you guys are like super busy. I'm surprised you were able to even come on. What's been going on?
Yeah, it's crunch time. You know, we've been preparing for this big rally that we have on the 8th, which is this Saturday, November 8th in San Marcos, which is near Carlsbad, California. And obviously we have the debate going on. So we have, you know, it's just amazing. So we're contacting everybody. And then I have to do my daily stuff and have all the meetings for governor. And we're meeting with some amazing teams from top people that everybody knows. We're going to have special things coming to our campaign. And we've got at least 3 people that I can say are coming on from major campaigns of somebody that we know to help push us over the top in the next couple months.
Wow, that's exciting. So it's a progressive type thing. Of course, the elections are like November of next year. So you have a lot of time to build up momentum. You don't want to like go big right away. The best campaigns are the ones that just build momentum all the way in. Mm-hmm. So is that how you guys are looking at planning it? I know we've talked. You do have some blowout people. So that's incredible.
Yeah. So the key is number one, as you can see over my shoulder, I truly believe in the art of war when we're dealing with this parasite control mechanism, right? So what they don't know. They're going to be constantly confused with our campaign, which as it should be, keep them guessing. But that being said, we have a very unique campaign because I'm not a politician and I don't play the political games. I only care about we the people, only we the people. That's it. I'm not interested in anything else, you know. If divinely we hear a message, we take it, we go, and we help we the people out. So we liken our campaign to an education campaign, which is going to take a lot longer than another campaign. And the good news about that is if you think about it, let's just assume hypothetically that we're in the middle of an awakening. Okay. If we're in the middle of the awakening, there's only one candidate that's been the tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, which means every new port of information literally magnetizes towards us because we've already talked about it in the past. So our campaign will always be on an upward trajectory, no matter how hard they try to take us down. So it's just going to build and build and build. So I believe we're the tortoise and everybody else is the hare. And I'm very excited. Now, it's frustrating for some people too, because here's a great example. We're trying to get the news media to pay attention, and they're completely ghosting us like we don't exist. They're pretending that we don't exist. We had one of my top people went on Wikipedia to get us on Wikipedia because that makes us look more credible, which means we can get the donations, la, 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 la. And Wikipedia said, well, we don't recognize this guy, so we're not going to put him on. And so we sent them proof of who I was. And then they said, well, he doesn't have enough online presence. Well, that's crazy because I have more online presence than Steve Hilton and all the other candidates combined. So then we prove that. They go, okay, now here's the next step is you don't have any media that has recognized you as a candidate. I'm like, oh, here's the game, right? But they didn't know that we had an interview with Gateway Pundit. Even though it's buried on their site, we still did it. So we sent them that. And then they had one more hurdle for us to jump through. When we sent them the evidence of that hurdle, they deleted our account, and the person that was doing the work for us, they banned her from life forever contacting Wikipedia. They thought they would keep throwing up hurdles and we would just back down, but it's like sales. We overcame every objection and they couldn't handle it. So their response, they banned us for even trying, and they deleted our account for trying, and they banned her for life. She cannot make any submissions with her name and her email on anything on Wikipedia from now to eternity.
Wow.
That's what we're dealing with.
That's I mean, we're the ones that lived through the social media blackout, and suppression and free speech suppression and all that kind of stuff. But it seems like once you go into these other areas, it exists on another level again. Wow.
It's crazy. Did you ever get your account back from YouTube yet?
Yeah, we're on YouTube right now. We're playing live. So I've been on YouTube since March or April, somewhere around there. And I've been growing it. I got an old channel that, was taken down. I never tried to hey, why'd you guys take it down? Because I did that for a few of them. They're like, whatever, so
right.
What you're going through, and so this one just popped up by chance. It's kind of one of those my wife Tracy things. I was like, I really need to get back on YouTube, because that's where I had a lot of I was really not going anywhere. Rumble's like restricting me. So she was like, okay, let me think about that. And then this thing pops up and says, one of my accounts, and I'm like, and it had the contest button, and I'm like, contest, and they got back to me and said, yeah, you're right. You should, we overstepped, and you should have your account back. So then I started building it back, and so doubled the subscribers again. I think I'm at 101,000. It was like 50 something, and so it's coming back. Had 250,000, and then
I remember the day you went down, you had 250,000.
Yeah, I had 250,000, and then I built it back up to 150, and then real quick, and then bam, then I got 125, bam, then 100, bam, and this over and over and over again. I'd build it up and they knock it down. They wouldn't give me like a warning or 3 strikes, like they normally do. They did something they didn't like. They're like, boom. And then it was like, anytime I tried to come in, I'd come in like the Intuitive Warrior or Michael K. Jaco, or
I remember
just all kind of different stuff. And I'd slip in and they wouldn't recognize me for a while, and then somebody dined me out or something, or their AI found me, and then for years I was not able to get on. And then so Trump got back in office, and a lot of us have been able to get back on. Charlie Ward's back. Nicholas Common's back.
I know. Laura Eisenhower's back. Virtually everybody's back except me. They haven't given me my account back.
Well, that's because you're running for governor.
I guess so. I have an account
treatment still, like we're talking about. It's crazy.
Yeah, we had an accident account that just happened to build up. Like there's probably like 14,000 on it now. But my original account, the big one with all my content on it, they're pretending like it doesn't exist. We've been contacting them. They're just like, nope, sorry, no, nothing, won't respond to me. And we're like, wow, that's crazy. And that's the account, the one they really attacked, because the first time they deleted that account is, I think you remember, I posted a 15-second video that said, we the people, I said, manifest your destiny. We the people win. That's it.
Viral. Yeah.
That's it. And they deleted that because of that 15-second video, that little 15-second video. So they deleted the account. We appealed. We did a legal appeal, and I wrote the legal language, and they gave me that account back. And then the day I had a certain amount of views and followers, they deleted it. When I had no strikes, they deleted my whole account. That was after the purge, by the way. And then that's it. They've and I keep hearing everybody's calling me and texting me, Lewis, we got our account back. Give it a shot. I'm like, yeah, it's not happening. So it is what it is.
We'll pray for you, and hopefully it'll come come through.
Yeah, it'd be nice, but you know, it is what it is.
Musk just talked about doing, because he says that Wikipedia is corrupt. He's talked about doing some kind of Wikipedia-like thing as well.
Yeah,
so we'll probably see that come out here pretty soon.
Grokpedia.
Yeah. Exopedia or whatever. Yeah, Grokpedia. Yeah, I think that's what he called it too.
That's what it is.
Right. Yeah. So we've seen you're in a Democrat state. Last
Am
night.
I? That's what they say.
Well, I mean, that's what they say. You're right. That's what they say. But is it?
I think I have some proof that
anywhere really at this point.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. I apologize. What was that?
Is there a Democrat state anywhere at this point, really?
Yeah, so true. So I think I have proof that this is not a Democrat state as of yesterday. Wow. I just haven't had the time to put it together. So I did some research. So when I started seeing the numbers, well, first CNN with 1 second after the polls closed said Proposition 50 passed in California. 1 second. Not quite sure how they counted it that fast.
Biden too.
So that was fascinating, right? So I go, okay. So I said, what's the percentage? And they had like 2/3 of California voted for yes on Proposition 50. Doesn't make sense, because the only thing they had is they're just like, pretty much, if you hate Trump, vote yes. You know, that's kind of what all their advertisements were. It was just crazy. And I walked through the line to vote yesterday, my wife and I, and normally you'll see the line maybe 50, 60 feet out the door. This was like 1/8 of a mile long. It was like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It was crazy, right? And you know, when I'm walking down the line and you're looking at the demographic, it wasn't chock full with a bunch of liberals, right? These are conservatives. I even talked a little bit around the line about no on 50, and you hear people like, yeah. And we're looking at and I actually took the envelope with the ballot inside of it just to show. See, look, you can look through the hole. You can see where it says no. It's right there. It's very obvious what's going on. And then they're strategizing, flip it over, all this stuff. But my point is, but the vote says, according to the media, 67%. I go, okay. I said, you know what? We know that's machines is how they manipulate this. I said, so I'm curious. Let me go to Shasta County, which doesn't have machines. They're on paper ballots. And let me see what their numbers are. 69% no when I looked.
Wow.
Does that tell you everything that we need to know?
Pretty much.
Right?
How about that?
That's it. So it's an absolute bunch of lies. It's absolute ridiculous. It's propaganda. It's fakery. It's foolery. It's really sickening. So I believe, though, things are looking very, very good. I believe the Mondami vote, this vote, and other things, I believe these are going to be Supreme Court / RICO / military invention deals going on because of what is going on right now. It's so blatant. It's so obvious that I believe things are going to flip on its head really, really quick. So I think the future is bright for us.
Yeah. So same with Virginia and New Jersey, you think?
Virginia's a weird one. The challenge I had with Virginia is the one running which Trump didn't put his support around, and he would have, but she came out as a never Trumper.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah. Why on earth would you do that? Right? It just doesn't make any sense. At least she could have had a mea culpa before she ran, but I think they think that they can get the Republican vote for some reason, and then they can get the Trump haters at the same time. And it's same political games. They're always trying to do this political balance, right? Huh. And I would prefer authenticity. I know what a weird concept, right? Just be authentic. And I think what she should have done is said, President Trump, can I have a sit down with you? She should have gone to DC and had a sit down with them and said, how can we work this together? And then I think she could have won if the votes were real, but they're fake anyways. And think about it. You have such a huge percentage of Democrats that work in DC that are in Virginia, right? So the shutdown, I believe that the Democrats were intentionally keeping the shutdown past the elections because everybody would be off of work. Therefore, they would go to the polls. Everywhere they can manipulate, they're going to manipulate. And Jersey just looks like fake, phony, and false to me.
Yeah, that's, I mean, when the polling, because the polling usually goes in the Democrat direction. So for the polls to be close, we should have had the GOP guy win, but he lost by like 12 points. So
it doesn't make sense. Now
Yeah.
listen to this anomaly,
Mhm.
and this is the one that they should send in the National Guard immediately to start investigating. In New York, if you add up what Mondami had and Cuomo, a Democrat and a socialist, a communist, really, if you listen to them, their total is 92%. Well, even the mainstream media says there's 40% Republicans in New York. How is it possible then 92% voted for Democrat and socialist? It doesn't, there's no common sense there. We look at it and we go, that's impossible. It would never happen, right? Something is definitely wrong. And that one is so blatant. There's no way you can turn it around. Even if Trump came out and gave Cuomo a big hug and said, vote for this guy right now, it wouldn't have been 92% of Republicans turning on their own value set. And I'm sorry, all the Republicans turning on their own value set and saying, I want either this Democrat or the socialist. It just never would have happened. So yeah. The numbers don't add up. So this is election fraud clearly across the board. And we're either just going to keep getting smacked in the face, or the feds and the military are going to come in and go, okay, this is time.
Yeah. And there was on the Virginia side, there was a guy, Jay Jones. He was elected as well. And he had texted a fellow delegate that he thought his opponent, a GOP guy, building all this.
Right.
And he was elected. And then Spanberger, who's former CIA, won by and she was called out about it, and she never said it. She never would say, because to them it's already, the vote is already in. They already know how things are going to work.
Right.
Right. She couldn't diss him because he was going to be, regardless of how the vote really was going to be, like you're talking about in Mount Shasta. 69% of people said no, but it turned out that everybody said yes. So that's the way these votes are now. I'm surprised that 10 months in now that the Trump team didn't come in and do anything. But when you look at the corruption that, like you're talking about, that could be revealed, this may be why they didn't.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm kind of hanging my hat on, is that it's possible that they just needed a little bit more awakening. And because the fact is, I still talk to people, even Republicans, and they're like, no, I don't think there's election fraud. And the language matters. And this is what I'm saying online. We constantly have conservatives saying, oh, it's blue this, and Democrats won this, and Democrats took this, and da-da-da, and they come. And I go, no, you have to understand. We cannot continue to use that language. It's election fraud. As long as we keep using the language that the Dems win, the Dems win, the Dems are winning, instead of the Dems stole it because of election fraud, then the zeitgeist, as we call it, right, is believing that they're more powerful than they are. And that's exactly what the deep state swamp rats want. They want our communication publicly to be the Dems won. That's what they want. The last thing they want is to say they won because they stole it. They don't want that type of talk. And that's the challenge, is I'm still seeing a lot of people saying, man, they won it again. I'm like, no, we got to change our language.
Yeah. And for me, I just look at, they're surrounded by Republicans. They're an island, right? With a sea of red all around them, people with, guns and so forth. And it's that way all across the country. There's just these little blue dots with a massive sea of red. They, at some point, they cease to exist because they put themselves out of existence. So, I mean, they're canceling out themselves, and they're voting in people that will destroy, like we've seen in London. We've had Muslims in London for a while now running the mayorship there, and London is a rape capital of the world right now.
Wow.
So,
So
that's going to happen in New York soon.
Yeah, exactly. It's so bad. But it's interesting though how the powers that be are covering up the death rates, because I go on and check the death rates, and they always seem to balance year to year to year to year, right? It's fascinating, because I can tell you, just if you talk to people around people I know, it's another one died, another one died, another one died, the funeral, all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And now the sad part is I'm noticing that there's people going and talking to morgues and embalmers, and they're not speaking now. They were coming out before, and they're like, yeah, hey, we're seeing a lot of extra. This is weird. Now it's like their mouths are shut. Somebody got to them. Somebody talked to them and said, you are not going to say anything. I don't know what they threatened them with. Maybe some lawfare. I don't know. But we're not getting the information from them anymore, which is hyper suspicious.
Yeah, there was a time I tried to get the Brit that was revealing, and he's had him lined up. He was supposed to come on my show. He contacted us and said, I've got overwhelming pushback. I can't do this anymore. And he wanted to do it, but his wife was like, no, you're not going to do it. So he stopped out. So I put it out. Anybody out there, and a Canadian came on, and he like ran a couple of different places where they do the embalming. He had like 4 or 5 different places. So I'll come on your show, and I was like, you want to hide your face, and I won't share your name. It's like, no, I'll be good. So I'm like, okay. So he came on. He called me early the next morning, because we did it in the afternoon, and he called me got in touch with me early next morning. Can you take that video down? I am just like getting slammed. So it's like, okay. So just recently, I was going to have a guy on, and he went silent too. He was revealing that the white clotting material that's in there, and that a lot of the morticians and so forth are finding. In Utah, where I'm at right now, there was a big group that was revealing. I don't know if they stopped him out or what, but he backed out of coming on my show just recently too. So you're right. It's just really been covered up.
Yeah, it's scary. It's what it is, but
it's really sad.
They can only suppress it so long. See, it's different. So you could suppress the Kennedy killing, right? Kennedys, I should say, because we didn't have the internet at that time. Yep. So they had a long time to suppress it. They could suppress 9/11 because it was different and there wasn't as much internet play at the time. Now they can't even, there's funky stuff clearly going on with the Charlie Kirk assassination, and whoever wants to try to put a lid on this is having a trouble doing this. So I believe they can only suppress these embalmers and these medical types that want to reveal this for so long. There's going to be some people that come out with courage. And I think maybe, Mike, your idea is the best. Well, let's just how about we try to put together, and I'll do it with you, a show with like 4 or 5 of them, and they can just hide their identity. We can even change their voice.
I would do that. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we can have a whole bunch of them on.
Anyone listening now, or anyone that knows anybody, if they want to hide their identity and come forward, we'll absolutely do that.
Yeah, I'll put this on my channel too then.
Where we talk about vaccine injuries and deaths and so forth. And I'm very war nurse. Is that it? Arlene Wanser, maybe.
Yeah. Why do we always have to threaten legal to get anything done? It's crazy.
That's sad. That's real sad. So I mean, let's look at your campaign ideals. What you're campaigning for. I did a show just recently with a gentleman in Texas that's running Doc
Pete Chambers. Yeah.
Pete Chambers. Yeah. You know him?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. So yeah, I've been wanting to do a show with him for a while. And so I was at a conference in Alameda, and this woman comes up and says, so I heard you want to do Pete Chambers, and it was like, God answered that call out. And so she hooked us up. Tracy lined it up, and I did a show with him. Amazing guy. But I went through each one of his points, and staggering. Anyone that sees that show and doesn't want to vote for him, because everybody that's seen the show is like, I'm voting for that guy. That's a Texan. And that's kind of the way you are. If people just hear what you are talking about, we did a conference together, very nice event. And all the points you put out, I'm like, if people don't vote for you, they're like completely brain dead. All the things that you're going to do is staggering. You want to go over a few of those points? That's
sure.
Incredible.
Yeah. Now, the first thing is I've learned a long time ago, simplicity and common sense rule the day.
Yeah.
Right. We overcomplicate everything. So obviously, one of my big issues is child trafficking. Yeah. Because it's a $100 billion profitable industry in California, which makes it the #1 industry in California. But we ignore it like it doesn't exist. Right. So we're forming a special task force of rescue professionals, special technology that's going to go around that. And we're going to hold those in power. Listen to this, guys. Those that are in power, we're going to hold accountable, because those are the ones that have been running cover for the evildoers, the judges and the politicians and the corporations. So that's who we need to focus on. We're also going to launch a full investigation of CPS in the foster system, because there's a whole system right now where they're actively trying to medically change the biology, which is impossible, right, of a child. And they're finding some legal loopholes to do that, especially in LA County. It's really disgusting. We're actually working on getting an anti-grooming bill sponsored way before we're even in the governor's mansion, right? And we're committed. We're not going to let human trafficking and the scourge of it push us around anymore. And that should be everybody's #1 issue. That's actually what drove me into the race. So that's it. Election fraud. Everybody knows it's real. The answers are very, very simple. Paper ballots. I like same day counting, voter IDs. I prefer same day voting. I know you like multiple day voting, but I prefer same day voting. And
that's because we have a rigged system. And the way to get around that is to just have everybody vote over a period of time. But if it was a smooth system, like you're talking about in Mount Shasta, they saw it's amazing how they got around that, but they did. If you can do that in every county, yeah, it can be done. But yeah,
let me give you why I don't think that helps. Just, and you and I can debate on this if you want. My biggest challenge with that is I liken it to this, and I did a post on this today. Imagine I'm a championship chess player, but I tell my opponent ahead of time what my next 3 moves are. So when we're voting by mail or early voting, the baddies, I believe personally, especially with that vote on no, because you could see it through the ballot, they already know what they have. So they're going to know how they can cheat. So it's like giving them ahead of time. Now, if we were doing precinct voting, we would never have to do but 1 day, because we would do all the little teeny precincts, which Mark Cook has proven, through his road show and the count. I've seen it with my own eyes in Vegas. I saw him do it. They can train people within an hour, and those people count perfectly every single time with the system that they have. So it can be done. It just needs to be organized. And then, as you've heard me say, which is very, very important, starting to get a lot of traction now, which is good, I believe we should put serial numbers on every ballot. And the only thing a machine should be used for is after the ballots are counted, throw that through a machine only to do one thing, just to make sure it's not a duplicate serial number. or out of sequence. Because if it is, you know it's fake. It's that easy.
Yep. Watercolors. Yep. So
Yep.
it
But
can
a
be
watercolor, I always even tell Mark this, a watercolor can still be duplicated.
really. Hmm.
Yeah, you can counterfeit it if you find out the process that they're using.
Huh.
You can't do that with a serial number. It's impossible. Numbers are numbers.
The reason why I said multiple days, and that I think that really worked for Trump, was because in Maricopa County, you know, we all of us said don't early vote, go the day of, and they same thing. They're like, okay, they're coming. So they rigged the machines and none of them worked. No one could vote. And then the ones that did vote, they took them to the warehouse and then, you know, mismanaged them. And then Katie Hobbs, who never came out of her basement.
Right. Well, they're always going to find evil and criminals will always find a way to do what they do. That's why it's laughable when people say there should be gun laws. The only people that gun laws work for are the people that follow the law. Criminals don't follow the law. Look at Chicago. Got all the gun laws in the world. Why is that? Because there's nobody that's there to defend themselves. It's just the lack of common sense is huge. But you want to go into some more of these things?
Yeah. So let's talk about the thing that's really starting to kick in Florida, and some other states are starting to talk about it. The home tax, what's a property tax?
Property taxes.
Property taxes. You talked about doing away with them, and they every state should do away with them. If you find out how they're manipulating, controlling that, and see the mismanagement that's going on with that, everyone in the state should be like, we're not doing that anymore.
Right. Well, if they knew what the agenda was, if they knew that the agenda was to steal your property, people would say, I'm not going to pay property taxes. Right. It's crazy. So it's another simple process. So I believe 70 to 80% of our current budget in California is waste, fraud, and abuse. So we go in there, we torch the waste, fraud, and abuse. Now we have just a small percentage that we actually have that is in the budget that's legit, which gives us a windfall. So we'd be able to get rid of income and property taxes. Pretty simple. These are easy peasy solutions. But they keep it so messy so they kind of pretend like, oh, that's impossible. We could never do that, right? Well, it's because it's going into everybody's pocket. Wait till people see the bond issues that are going to bankrupt California pretty soon.
Yeah, wow. So another one that some states have been able to do, Alaska, Texas, Florida, and Tennessee, maybe a few other states out there, is no tax at all. No personal tax. So you've talked about how you can do away with that too. I mean, just those three things, everybody should be lined up and Lewis Herms. Just how could you not? But you have so many others.
Can you imagine the way the economy will be boosted just when you get rid of those? I call them illegal taxes.
Yeah,
the economy is going to go through just on that. And then when you start putting money into the right places in the economy, like as a conservative leaning libertarian, I don't believe in subsidies. I think we need to recognize these are real people, right? And they have significant problems.
Yeah.
Whatever that problem is. Some of the times it's an alcohol drug problem. We need to figure out how to do that and address the alcohol and drug problem. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they've been beaten down so much by society, they said they would just rather check out, right? I believe we should find a way for everybody to have a home, right? Only we have to be respectful within them, not like we did in the 70s, right? Where you put everybody on Thorazine and they're walking around like zombies in the hallway and we're doing shock treatments on them. That's real stuff. No, we need to honor these people no matter if they're homeless or not. And we need to create work programs and incentivize them to get back on their feet. Because I would say, Mike, 80 to 90% of homeless, they would probably want to be sober. They probably would want to live in some place and they probably would want to be better, right? So we need to work on assisting them to be better and feel valuable again. We can't just throw them to the side. But it also will help take them off the street so they won't be a eyesore on society at the same time. And it can definitely be done. We just need to invest in it. The investment will be less than it costs to not invest. And that's the key.
So business, obviously, at one time, California was like one of the places that businesses wanted to be. But California's been driving those businesses out. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why, is because they make so much money on the illicit trades, like we were talking about, drug trafficking, human trafficking, so forth, that they don't care about regular business. Like Elon Musk, they pissed him off so much, he just left and went to Texas.
That's right.
What would you do to bring back businesses?
Well, first, if we get rid of the income tax that we're working on, Goon, that's going to be a huge draw for businesses, right? And then we take away the ridiculous, fake, phony, and false environmental regulations. That's huge. And then we stop fining and feeing these businesses left and right every time they want to build something or do something, and they have to go through some hoops. It's ridiculous. I actually think that is directly against the Chevron deference decision. So we'll connect that. There's going to be a lot of incentive. And then when you remove those income taxes and the property taxes, that money that's infused into California, and we clear our budgets out so we can spend money where it's supposed to be spent, infrastructure, I think businesses are going to flock to California, and it's going to be like another gold rush in California when we accomplish what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, the environment there in California is one of the most beautiful states of all 50 states. I've been to all of them, and California is one of my favorite. But unfortunately, they've had this environmental thing where it's like, don't get involved in the environment and let it go natural. That's like letting the weeds grow in your yard and in your vegetable crop and so forth. It's take it over. So having hiked the Pacific Crest Trail, I see how the environment they just let it grow. There's no clearing the deadfall. President Trump, talked to Gavin Newsom. You need to start to clean your forest up and clean up the deadfall, and they ignored it. And of course, we've had crazy fires that somehow magically burned all the way down into the homes. So what would you do about that? Would you and Trump offered to build Mount Shasta Dam higher, and Gavin Newsom refused to do that too. What would you do about all that?
Well, I would actually build the dams higher. I would let water flow instead of throwing 60% of into the ocean. I would not let people privatize water rights, which is crazy. That alone is happening. And then I would absolutely demand fire abatement. He hasn't done fire abatement here in 2 decades. We haven't had fire abatement.
Yeah,
ridiculous. Are you kidding this? Right? But if the water flows, that's the other thing. I believe there's been a fake drought, right? Because the water's not flowing the way it flows. It should flow, so they can always say, "Oh, look at the dams are dry, the reservoirs are dry. We don't have water to this. We don't have water to do this. Woe is me!" But they tend to bring water to their cronies, the people in their political payoffs. They tend to get as much water as they want, right? So that being said, the water flow alone would help. We don't have a drought if you're still throwing 60% into the ocean. Sorry. That doesn't exist. That would help a lot in a lot of these brush areas. But fire abatement is huge. And it all you have to do, they love government manpower, so why not hire people to clear all the brush, right?
There's more all those homeless that would love to
there you go.
And be involved and contribute. There's so many, and young people that are out of work, get them involved. They used to do that in the past. So I think there's a lot of stuff that can be easily turned around. But you have a corrupt system there. What would you do about corrupt politicians that are all throughout the state?
Well, we would expose them big time. In fact, I'm going to create a website that's going to be government sanctioned. It's going to be exposure.ca.gov. And we're going to put their faces, their names, and what they have been doing or haven't been doing. Let's say they're being obstructionist on the actual website for everybody to view. and the heat can go on them. And we'll say, here's their phone number. You know, if they're government, their government, say, here it is. We're not going to dox them, right?
Yeah, yep.
You know, we're going to put their information out there, and we're going to put pressure on them that they either change their ways, right? They're going to be pushed out, and they know if they hit there, that already means they're being investigated. So they better be very, very careful. So exposure.ca.gov is going to take we're going to put judges on there. We're going to put politicians on there, dirty cops on there. It's going to be, I think it will be the most viewed website in history, because we know how people like to watch salacious stuff. I think they're going to be all over this website.
That's fantastic. Wow. And that's something that every state should follow. That's amazing. So anything else that you'd like to, say that really stands out now? And then, of course, give us the information on the upcoming event.
Sure. I mean, we have a ton of things, but I will mention there's already technology out there that we can reduce our energy costs currently with certain technologies by 70 to 80% already. Can you imagine reducing the energy costs, getting rid of the income tax, bringing jobs in, and the economy booming? It really will be a gold rush. Now, our goal is to get 0 point energy. Oh my God, did he say that out loud? He must need a tinfoil hat. We're going to get 0 point energy into all the houses. It's probably going to take a couple of decades. The reason why the parasites that control things all over the world do not want you to have 0 point energy, because then you are uncontrollable. You are sovereign. You are autonomous from government control at that moment. And you can produce at a very high level if you have energy that is produced right there from the ether or whatever that is. So that's one of our major goals also. That'll take longer.
Yeah, probably won't take that long. I know some technologies that we got probably going to be released in the next few years that will give energy to every home. So we're close. You just have to have the ability to say, yes, we're going to do this, and then move forward with it. But a lot of these politicians have puppet strings on them, so they can't do that. And that's where revealing some of those politicians that are corrupt would be fantastic. And then they can explain themselves. You get the phone number or the emails, like there you go. You did this, and we're going to put your phone number and our email there, and you can explain yourself why you did this. And
exactly.
You're gonna have millions of people contact you and say, what are you doing? And then you can either probably go away or fix it, like you're talking about.
Yeah. Imagine if we sponsor bills, propositions, or legislation, and it's 1 page instead of 100 pages. Very concise language. Here's the beauty of that, and this is why I'm so excited about this. When we just do this 1 page legislation stuff, it's very easy to expose corruption, because it'd be very, very simple. Here's how we're going to go after child traffickers. We need you to do this, this, and this. Approve. That's a yes or no vote. You vote no, it's like, what's going on with this person? When you make these 100-page bills and you let all the attorneys get involved with this, because that's what keeps them employed, right? Now it's murky. So you can't really call people out, because they're like, oh, well, it's not what you think, or there's this one line in here, so on and so forth. If you simplify these things, boom, I think it's going to be extraordinarily helpful. And don't even get me started on eliminating 80 to 90% of the laws that are on the books right now, because they're convoluted. They're not there to help anybody.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yep. So Louis Herms for governor. So what's the next thing? What's the next step?
Well, we have a huge day coming Saturday, just a few days from now. So November 8th, Saturday in San Marcos, California, which is near Carlsbad. We have a beautiful rally. I mean, we have the most amazing speakers are going to be there. Michael Jaco will be there. It's incredible. We have the best music. When you guys see the entertainment that's going to be there, blow you away. And that's from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. morning to noon, right there. And that's going to be really, really cool. And I'll speak at the last probably half hour, 45 minutes of that. I'm excited about that. That's free, guys. Just go to hermsforcali.com, click on events at hermsforcali.com, and it's free. Just RSVP so we know who's going to be there, because we're going to have security all over the place. Michael and I have already been through it with poisoning and some other things. We don't need to go through that again. So click on RSVP. And at night, which is really cool, I will be on the debate stage with a bunch of Republican candidates. So we'd love to see you there also. Go back one page, Mike. I'll show them something. So at night, in the same location, Awaken Church in San Marcos, if you go down, just scroll down, sorry. There you go. See, if you take your power back, California Showdown, you'll see my face right next to Steve Hilton up on the left-hand side. This is going to be the big debate. So that evening, it'll be a debate. If you want to get tickets, we have the best price tickets on the web because my campaign is subsidizing this to help people get in there for less. Scroll down if you could, and I can show them. So a general ticket for that. Remember, the rally's free. This is at night. We don't run this. But black tie, if you want to meet and greet everybody, including all the candidates, that's $250. That's discounted. VIP seating at that event is $125. By the way, if you do VIP seating or black tie at this, we're going to give you free VIP seating at our rally in the morning also. General seating is just $40, and then you can see the debate. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that sounds great. Wow. So I'm going for the black tie, so gotta wear that thing. So I don't get to wear it that often, so that'll be fun.
Exactly.
All right, so yeah. So there's people. So Tracy's like, you're going to be there. I cannot wait to see everyone. So yeah, hopefully we see a lot of you guys there. That'd be fantastic.
I think it's going to be a game changer, Mike. I really do. This is going to change. We're going to flip everything on its head. People are going to see things that day, and they're going to go, "Wow, okay, this is real."
So yeah, looks like you got some high-end moderators. So is this going to be televised or?
Yeah, we're if you'd like to, anybody, I've got the connection to get everybody to live stream it. They just have to let me know. Anybody that wants to live stream it, they can live stream it. We're not live streaming the rally. You have to be at the rally itself, right? The debate will be live streamed on several channels.
Yeah, very good. Wow. Fantastic. So moving in the right direction, Lewis. That's exciting times.
It is. A lot of work to do, a lot of work done, but we're going forward, and it is really an education process, but we're up for it.
Yeah, like you educated a large group of people tonight, and it'll go out. More people see it tomorrow, and then the next day, and the day after. So that's going to be very exciting. So as more people see what your agenda is and so forth, they're going to get excited, and once they get the excitement, they're going to get involved. I hope a lot of them, sharing it and maybe supporting you in a different way. So I know donations make a big difference in these events. So donate if you can. If you can't make it, I'll try and live stream it on my show. So we'll try and live stream as much as we can everywhere.
Yep. Cool. Yeah. Donations are helpful. We're against people that probably have $100 million in the campaign. So we're going to need money, unfortunately. By the way, that's something I'm working on. You and I could talk privately on how to get rid of the money need for a campaign. I want a plumber who makes $100,000 a year to be able to run and have just as good a chance as a billionaire that comes in. So this is something that we need to reform, right? Where we just need good, we the people candidates from now on. But unfortunately, we need the money now in order to get to the point. So nobody needs the money in the future. So that's something else we're going to work on.
Well, that's a good point. And then, a lot of these people, when they get in office, they start campaigning again. But I think you're going to be hard at work.
Yeah, no, that's not. I didn't want to do this. I was called to do this. They've already called me the anti-politician because I won't follow the rules. I don't. Yeah. They made the rules for corruption. I'm not interested in that.
That's great. Well, thanks so much, Lewis. And we're going to see you in a few days. So look forward to seeing you, and hopefully we'll see a lot of people in the audience is going to be there too. So great job. Best of luck, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Looking forward to Love Bubbles.
That's it. All right.
I see.
Thanks, everyone. We'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I'm here in Draper, Utah, where LifeWave headquarters is. I'm going to have a group here in a couple days. So fantastic that the Democrats are going to sweep the Virginia, New Jersey, and probably do Proposition 50. I said Proposition 10 the other night, so thank you for everybody correcting me. But it was Proposition 50, where California, who's expert at, basically changing zones so that more Democrats can get in there, absentee ballots and all that kind of stuff. They've pretty much taken over the state completely, even though 40% of the voters are Republican. So it's crazy. So if you have 40% of voters that vote Republican, and you have like 70% of the state Democrat, there's probably some shady stuff going on, right? So, yep. It's now, why are we going to have this sweep? Because we all know, the most of us that are awake, that are pretty much taking our consciousness to the next level. What is going on with people that would vote for demon rats? All right, because every state, every city where the Democrats are mostly in control is a complete shithole. They have some of the worst education. The cost of living is over the top. People can't afford it. The people that they've said that they were going to try and help, their Democrat base, they can't even live in the states. They can't even live in the cities where they're at because the cost of living is so high. Gosh, we go on for so much. I mean, the crime, the filth, homelessness in all these cities, yet people keep voting them in. What is going on? So it's a consciousness problem, obviously. So I've all day long while I was driving here, I was like listening to like housing and all these markets and so forth, bullshit, basically. Now people are leaving there. Now, will New Yorkers go fill it back up? Well, New Yorkers, because it's like, New York has a very high cost of living, although the housing prices are pretty much the same as they were like 20 years ago. That's crazy, right? Yet the rental rate is sky high, right? So that means that younger people are coming into New York and they want free everything. And they think that although they don't believe communism works, they're going to vote for a communist, right? Riddle me that, bad man. How does that make any kind of sense whatsoever? So I guess, the educational system has made our younger folk pretty much clueless, unfortunately. And they don't like old people like me being in positions of power. They want us out. So that's I guess, they don't want the people that have, learned through trial and error and see things that don't work and, have the experience and so forth. They want new people, right? So they want a Mamdani that has no experience, is a communist, is basically a radical Muslim, in my opinion, who probably shouldn't even be in the United States. So that's what they're going to vote in because he's promised them everything. It would be like me saying, I'm going to hire anyone that wants to work for me, and I'm going to give you $1 million a year, right? You're going to make $1 million a year. Now, I don't have the means to like pay people that much, but I'm just going to say it. And people are going to just come flocking, and then they find out that I can't. I would never do that, of course. But then they're going to find out that I don't have that kind of money. That's what New Yorkers are going to find out, right? They're going to find out that Mamdani doesn't have that kind of money because the people with the money are going to flee New York, and they've said they're going to flee New York. if you were like ultra rich and you left California over the last several years, they still taxed you. It's like, oh, no, we can still tax you for the time that you were here, that you were like a multi-billionaire or millionaire, whatever. We're still going to get some of that. I don't know how they were getting around that, but I think probably smart people came in and they should shut that down. But there was a time where they were doing it. I don't know if they got away with it. Maybe they just said, kind of like Mamdani, this is what we're going to do, and you're going to do it. And then people are like, oh, okay, I'll give you 20% of my wealth because I lived in California for all this time. Yeah, you made that wealth because I was in California government. Yeah. So this taxation thing, I think, is pretty much going out. There's a lot of states now that are talking about doing away with property taxes. Everybody's starting to get clever. They're getting smart, right? They're like, oh, you guys are like abusing that system. So some states like Nevada, where I'm at, although they're not talking about doing away with it yet, I guess the population has to get a little bit more involved and start to push in that direction, because that's how things change. Only by we the people pushing it, guys. You don't elect somebody and then they say they're going to do stuff and they don't do it. It's because we don't get involved, right? They can say they're going to do something, like Trump said he wants to look at doing away with the IRS. Did he do it? Maybe he did. But ask the people. I've seen people in the chat said that the IRS came after them, and they were like, oh no, I haven't been paying my taxes because I thought the IRS was gone. And so the IRS came after them. So there are ways to, we talked about that. I had courses on that. I think a lot of people got involved in that, but you have to be clever. You have to understand the system. You can't just wing it, you have to understand how the system is arrayed, aligned. And once you understand that, then you can start to move out of those directions, because all they're doing is just threaten you for the most part. And then they'll come and seize your account.